You're listening to The Weekend with Michael Brown.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Start the year with a splash of flavor with Heartland Steakho's Reef and Beef Package, which combines juicy steak and fresh seafood for the ultimate celebration. You will be feasting on Maine cold water lobster, jumbo USA sea scallops, 16-ounce USDA choice ribeye steaks, and 8-ounce filet mignon delivered straight to your door. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus $26 off with promo code NEWYEAR26. Taste the Heartland difference.
Fox Country.
I'm Michelle Polino.
We need more peace, love, and care.
For New Year's Eve, every big country fan knows that the country stars are all gathering at New Year's Eve Live, Nashville's Big Bash, airing on CBS and Paramount Plus. Jason Aldean, Bailey Zimmerman, and Lainey Wilson are headlining the 5-hour show. It also features sets from Keith Urban, Brooks and Dunn, Dierks Bentley, Rascal Flatts, Riley Green, Megan Maroney, Zach Top, and more. Miranda Lambert is mourning her beloved Chihuahua. The country singer shared a collection of photos and videos on Instagram showing her holding her dog Cher, taken throughout the years, including one with Lambert holding Cher at the ACM Awards. Lambert writing in part, Cher gave us 15 years of love and all the Chihuahua attitude and energy she had to give. And if you've ever had a Chi-Chi, you know what I mean. That's Fox Country on Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
More steps coming. I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News. The leader of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife now captured by a U.S. military operation that apparently was planned out over the course of months.
Under the cover of darkness late Friday night, the U.S. military launched more than 150 aircraft from dozens of bases on land and sea, with their transponders turned off to avoid detection. The mission, capture Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife. The strike force launched from the USS Iwo Jima, composed of Delta Force operatives flown just 100 feet above the sea by pilots from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, known as the Night Stalkers. Regime bases and air defense systems were destroyed to protect the Americans coming ashore.
President Trump says Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has been sworn in to lead the country. In the meantime, Maduro is scheduled to be arraigned in New York on Monday, facing narco-terrorism charges.
The DOJ's 4-count superseding indictment accuses Maduro and his allies of turning Venezuela into a drug pipeline to flood the U.S. with, quote, thousands of tons of cocaine. Prosecutors say Maduro used narco-terrorist, violent cartels, and military-grade weapons to protect the entire operation. Maduro is charged alongside his wife, his son, and 3 others. In the 25-page indictment, prosecutors laid out how Maduro used a drug smuggling scheme to line the pockets of his family and top associates.
Fox's CB Cotton laying out the government's case against him and his wife in New York City. The number of deaths now rising again in Iran amid riots over the collapse of that regime's currency. State media is saying at least 2 more people were killed when a grenade exploded during some overnight protests. At least 10 people now have died since this past Thursday. America's listening to Fox News.
Celebrating the 176-year anniversary of American President Lines, APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and are here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL, global presence with a local home.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
At least 30 villagers have been killed, several others missing after gunmen raided a village in northern Nigeria's Niger state. The gunmen stormed the village in the Borgu local government area on Saturday night and opened fire on those residents. A Kentucky woman has been charged with homicide after police say she used abortion pills and buried the fetus in her backyard.
35-year-old Melinda Spencer was arrested after going to a healthcare clinic and telling staff members she used medication bought online to end her pregnancy, which is illegal in the state of Kentucky. Police say Spencer admitted to taking the pills on December 26th and burying the fetus, described as a developed male infant, 2 days later in a Christmas-wrapped light bulb box in her backyard. Spencer later confessed she ordered the pregnancy-ending drugs after getting pregnant following an affair. Angelo Bavaro, Fox News.
National security advisors from Europe and other allied countries meeting in Kyiv Saturday as a U.S.-led diplomatic push to end the war in Ukraine intensifies. President Volodymyr Zelensky saying Ukraine has now shared all proposed documents, including plans for security guarantees with advisors from 18 different countries. Zelensky saying work will now move quickly to allied capitals, including those in Japan, Canada, and around Europe. Ukrainian military officials are set to meet tomorrow, Monday, in Paris, followed by talks among European leaders set to take place on Tuesday. A deadly drug-resistant fungus spreading rapidly through U.S. hospitals and healthcare facilities. The CDC calling the Candida auris an urgent threat, with about 7,000 cases ID'd nationwide last year and infections reported in at least 60 different countries. Doctors say the fungus survives on skin and medical equipment. It resists, at least at this point, multiple drugs and is often misdiagnosed, and that delays treatment. I'm Paul Stevens. This is Fox News.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. If you are like me, the new year brings an irresistible urge to clean house and make a fresh start. As we head into 2026, it may be a good time to check the status of your family property. Have there been any changes, such as a marriage or divorce? Has a family member passed? Or do you have an estate plan in place? Taking a little time now can help prevent bigger issues down the road and give you peace of mind for the year ahead. From all of us at Security Title, Happy New Year.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime Event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend.
JCB and Ken Micronesia Inc. present the third annual Tomodachi Run Walk, hosted by the Japanese International Academy of Guam. Mark your calendar, Sunday, January the 11th at UOG. Everybody's got a chance to win our grand prize, a trip to Japan. The first 300 finishers receive a special Run Guam original t-shirt and enjoy a tasty treat at the finish line. Free Inari Sushi, courtesy of Don Don Donkey. Walk, jog, or run, everybody's welcome. Come make wonderful memories together with the Japanese International Academy of Guam.
Half and good morning, Guam. It's 6:07 on Monday, the 5th of January. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The governor's daughter-in-law faces multiple domestic violence charges following an incident on New Year's Day. Jamie Shimizu Cook is charged with aggravated assault and terroristic conduct after attacking her husband, Joaquin Cook. Police say the defendant rammed her husband's vehicle and another car while the victims were inside. Prosecutors argued that Shimizu Cook is a danger to the public, but a judge released her on personal recognizance. Governor Lilian Guerrero issued a statement saying she respects the legal process and asks for privacy for her family if convicted of all charges. The defendant could face a maximum of 24 years in prison. Meanwhile, the island is mourning the loss of beloved priest Father Mike Chrysostomo, known to many as Pali Mike, who passed away Friday afternoon at the age of 55. The Archdiocese of Agana confirmed that Chrysostomo died at GMH following a stroke earlier in the week. He served as a priest for 29 years and was well known for his advocacy against family violence. In addition to his church work, he led efforts at Erica's House and the Ministry for the Homeless. Local officials described him as a humble servant who touched countless lives. Nightly rosaries are being held at St. Anthony Church starting at 5:30. Funeral arrangements will be announced soon. We'll have more news after this. GDOE remains on the federal high-risk grantee list for the 22nd consecutive year. The new audit shows the agency ended fiscal year 2024 with a $77 million surplus, but it also risks losing $12 million in expired federal grants. Independent auditors found that the department failed to use these funds for special education and early intervention services. The audit also revealed $1 million in questioned costs and noted that student performance in math and reading has remained low for 5 years. GDOE has cycled through several superintendents since 2022, contributing to ongoing management instability. And the Westin and Olive Garden have officially regained their sanitary permits following a series of successful health inspections. Health officials had previously suspended the permits due to cockroach infestations found during visits in October and November. Olive Garden's permit was restored after a follow-up inspection showed 0 violations. The Westin also received an A grade for several areas, including its taste restaurant, ballrooms, and food warehouse. Public Health reported that these facilities now have 0 demerits. Other local locations like Untalan Middle School and Lone Star Steakhouse also passed recent inspections with high marks despite previous public complaints. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
It costs more to be one of those businesses that gets those inspections. Did you see that story where the price is going up by $100 or something like that? If you are one of those businesses that is inspected on a regular basis, hey, way to go, taking it easy on the private sector. Good job. 6:10 in the morning. The weather for today, the first Monday of 2026. The best Monday of 2026 so far. Showers likely, it says. Some of them may have already fallen. Cloudy with highs near 87 degrees. East-northeast winds 9 to 14 miles an hour. Gusting as high as about 18 miles an hour. You know, I pulled up the weather gizmo, the satellite imagery, but forgot to really kind of take a good look at it. I'm not sure where those clouds are going to be coming from. There's not a whole lot in the neighborhood right now. There is that shear coming down through the Marianas, but maybe that's what is supposed to be bringing the weather to us. Scattered showers, mostly cloudy skies tonight with overnight lows of about 76 degrees. East-northeast winds 9 to 11 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation this evening about 50%. Partly sunny in the forecast tomorrow with daytime highs of about 87 degrees. Now, partly sunny tomorrow. When everybody goes back to school, there's for a lot of kids today, there's no school because of something, but there's like 4 schools that are in session. And if you don't know whether yours is in session or not today, it's probably too late to sort it out now. See if I can find that list for you later on. What have I got? Partly sunny again for tomorrow, partly cloudy tomorrow night. Wednesday, return to mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs of about 87 degrees. Isolated showers could be in the forecast. The typical forecast for Guam. Looking forward to mostly sunny skies and an opportunity to do some beachy in the middle of the week. Heat index going to make it feel like 92 degrees today. 70% chance of rain. Rip currents and high surf warnings could be in effect when you get in the water. Always check before you go. Sunrise is still not until about 6:45 this morning. Got some pictures of a beautiful sunrise coming up on the eastern side of the island from Jeff over at Pirates Cove. That's not actual light. That's the filter on the phone that's giving a little bit of color and zip out there because it's still going to be a bit before the sun actually breaks the plane. There it is. The news and weather together on 93.3 The Point. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for over 70 years.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101.
101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. They sold out due to popular demand, and now the Wendy's chicken tenders are back. We're talking that crispy, seasoned breading on the outside, that juicy, all-white meat chicken on the inside. The premium tenders you couldn't stop craving are officially back in action. And you know you've got to dunk them. Try the new signature and scorching hot dip cups. Now nearly double the size for maximum dunkability. The tenders you missed are back to crunch harder, dip bigger, and make your day way happier. Catch them while you can. Gotta be Wendy's.
Hey, Ray Gibson Show portions brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and the healthy team over at Take Care.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
January 5th, 2027. I'm just trying to drill it into my head. You know, we got to get back into the reality here of where we are on the calendar. It's no longer that weird time period between Thanksgiving and New Year's. It's after New Year's, and aren't we close to? I gotta check. I gotta find a real Catholic around here. When is Three Kings? Is that tomorrow?
A real Catholic? That was yesterday.
Yesterday was Three Kings?
There's at least one real Catholic between the three of us.
How do you know? How do you know yesterday was Three Kings?
Because I announced good morning and welcome to our Eucharistic celebration on the Epiphany of the Lord.
Oh, okay. So you actually got receipts then?
Yes.
Oh, you went to Mass?
John 8:17.
You played for Mass. What's that?
John 8:17.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah. Okay. Well, because I was.
I don't
all right.
know.
Well, scratch that. That was going to be the basis for the whole show.
Please forgive us.
I was gonna do nothing but Three Kings stuff here today, and now that you tell it was yesterday and I missed it. Did you put the shoes out? Did you put the shoes out? Because that was always the tradition when I was a kid. Was there? You take all of the shoes that you have and you put them outside your door. So wait, hold it. Ismail says, Three Kings is January 6th.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. Well,
we celebrate no kings.
Unofficially.
No kings.
What does the Pope have to say about this? This is one of those moments where
I'll call him for you.
This makes me miss Polly Mike even more because he would give me the answer and he would gently push me in the right direction of understanding the ways of the Church and Catholicism and the Lord and all of that. Unfortunately, in between the end of the last show that we did on Friday and this morning, Polly Mike passed away. So we send out our prayers and our thoughts. An incredible guy, and I've told you about the day that we buried my mother, and how awesome I think the entire family, the congregation, was made to feel because we got to do it in his beautiful church out in Torta. Anyway, so as I said, thoughts and prayers out to him. There's a schedule of masses and prayers. We'll share that with you in the program as well as we make our way through, as I said, the first Monday of 2026. But golly, nothing ever happens around here. Nothing. You start thinking, you're sitting around and you're looking around and you go, nothing's going on here. And then all of a sudden there was a flurry of activity over a story that was published on Guam News, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared. And people are coming to me and say, what do you think is going on? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. The first story that Donna did this today, and the only place that you're going to find anything like it is Pacific Island Times. Guam governor's daughter-in-law facing domestic violence charges.
God, that's none of our business.
Well, you know, when it happened, I don't know. A point that at least one listener made was, you know, whenever there's somebody else that's like got some high power and juice, they're all over the headlines. Now all of a sudden this one, and it looks like it's not so much the story, although the story is very intriguing from a certain, you know, kind of perspective, if you will. But the rest of it is all of a sudden, how come nobody is talking about it? So Pacific Island Times making reference to it in their onlines. We're talking about it on the radio, but where is everybody else in the media on this? The story goes up and then the story comes down. Also, I don't have a copy of the magistrate report, and you want to talk about putting curtains up here. I asked if I could get a copy of it from the Attorney General's office, and they said that's not our role, so you're going to have to wait until it actually shows up in the magistrate report that comes out of the courthouse, which should have been out, in my mind, already. But we'll just watch and wait and see how the whole package here unfolds as the Ray Gibson Show continues on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. I'll be the guy. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, yeah, I'm thrilled, as usual, to be here with you as we get a start on a brand new year. I was kind of hoping that this would be one of those days where we all went through that first day back on the job together. But because there's no school in a lot of GDOE, then as a result of that, it looks like that probably isn't going to happen until tomorrow. The Three Kings, where we're all going to be together on the roadways and all kind of jamming in sync to the idea that we've got to get back to whatever normal was before the holidays, before the parties, before the shopping, and before the Christmas light debacles that we all experienced together. So that's kind of where my head is at this morning. Real Joe, going to get the phone you call. What's the number around here? 888-8255?
Still the same.
Didn't change that.
You're still the one.
I think we're going to keep that for a while. Anyway, yeah, 888-8255, 888-PALK is the deal here that you want to talk about something, you got thoughts in your head, you want to like spin them around, run them, bounce them across the listeners of 93.3 The Point and see what they've got to say. That would be the one of the ways to do that, although I think there's a lot of people that say, yeah, that's still too much effort for me, Gibson. Is there another way that I might be able to get my thoughts to you? Yeah, 797-8255. That is the number for the meme machine. It's basically WhatsApp. No, it's not basically. It is WhatsApp here, and that's a great way to get some of your thoughts that you're thinking about. And maybe somebody's already done the meme for you. Maybe you were cruising social medias, your Instagrams, your Facebooks, your X's. It's going to be mine.
Your W1.
Elon Musk.
W2.
Elon, apparently that'll get you in trouble, having a W1 and a W2. Anyway,
it's awesome.
So no insinuations. Keep your insinuations to yourself, big mouth. Where was I? 797-8255. And maybe you've been cruising the social medias and found something that you'd like to share. I like this one here. Donald J. Trump, current president of the United States of America, has got his own Twitter kind of thing. It's called the Truth Social, but they've copied now. They've made it a habit of copying all of his Truth Social posts to a place on X. And one of the things that he posted was, I love this, Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima. And you know, people are taking this thing apart. This image here, people are already taking it apart, trying to go, okay, this guy is styling in some Nike tech wear outfit that generally only like rapper guys wear.
Dude, they sold out.
They must be. That's gonna be the new outfit. That's gonna be the thing. Everybody, we're all gonna be. You go to the gym later on today. You go gym later on today. All the guys are gonna be wearing their Nike tech wear because Maduro. If they don't have it yet, they'll buy it because Maduro has now made it famous. Those are the new Beats styling headphones. I don't know if you've got. Okay, they're not. They're
only the best.
Yeah, they're not. And he looks like he's busting some of those old Arnold Schwarzenegger gargoyle sunglasses. He did.
Come and get me. I'm here.
Did you hear the speech that Hegseth gave? I thought I loved it. I loved it. I was laying in bed listening to the thing, and then he actually used one of our favorite phrases. He effed around and found out.
And I'm going, yes, it is now. I thought it had entered our mainstream, but now it's definitely entered the mainstream. If you got somebody like the director of the Department of War on television saying he effed around, I'm being careful, and found out, then you know it will become part of the parlance. The children will be using. They're going to drop that 6-7 thing. They're going to stop doing that, and they're just going to go F-A-F-O, F-A-F-O, because they're dumb.
We've been watching him for 6-7 months.
6-7. Anyway, 6:22 in the morning. Donna D is going to be taking care of all the rest of the news and the headlines and the stuff that we've got in front of us. I don't know. I mean, in any particular order, because every once in a while I got to do that in my head. Otherwise, I kind of get lost in thoughts. So the table of contents this morning actually reads like this. New Year's adventure. Now you see it, now you don't. I think you know what I'm talking about here. Polly Mike goes home. There's Venezuela. And I love the a lot of people are trying to, they're looking for something to freak out about. There's at least there's a few liberals out there that are at least self-aware enough to know that they cannot condemn Trump's, abduction, if you will, of Maduro. They can't give him a hard time with that because they don't want to be seen as, supporting basically a dictator that ruined his country, his narco terrorist country, and so they don't want to be seen supporting that. So they're looking for every little thing that they might be able to say, oh yeah, but what about? And the new what about for the lefty libbies out there is, what about how Trump says we're going to run Venezuela. We'll run Venezuela.
Yeah, all their gas, their oil.
So yeah, they got other stuff.
Yeah.
There's other things there, and it's funny. Where as soon as the knee-jerk trigger response out of the left part of the United States of America is what a terrible thing he's done, and he's working outside the law, blah 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 blah, and so you've got all these people that are protesting Trump's move now with Maduro, and then you've got the actual Venezuelans who are partying in the streets. In the
grandma's
millions,
crying for me, man.
In the millions, they are out there.
People just so happy.
Yes, we're free again. Who knows what the future holds? But it's whatever it is, it's going to be better than the recent past that they had. Used to be something to really look up to. So yeah, oil, it's a thing, but it is not the thing. We'll watch, and I didn't get a chance to look up the oil prices yet. I don't know yet if there's going to be a bounce up or a bounce down, given that news and the headlines about Venezuela. I reached out to Doug Moylan and said, "Isn't this interesting or what?" And he said, "Panama," and to which I wrote back, "Panama by Van Halen." Panama. When they went to go get Noriega, you remember when? Okay, so it's in 1989, and the guy that does the show before this one, Michael Brown, yes, that Michael Brown, he spent the last, hour, maybe 2 hours, drawing the parallel between what happened in Venezuela over our weekend here and what happened in Panama in 1989. I didn't get to listen to the whole thing because naturally I was distracted again going, Panama, but I thought that was kind of, so he holed up. You remember he holed up in a church? Wasn't it a church or something like that? And they surrounded the church, flooded the thing with lights so he wouldn't be able to get any sleep. I mean, even if it was dark, you still, you get the whole of the American Armed Forces outside the front door.
Uncomfortable.
And then they started playing tunes really, really loud, blasting speakers into the church. And one of the songs was Van Halen's Panama. And that might be the only thing that I remember about the whole event there with Noriega. As it compares to where we are here with the guy out in Venezuela. And then, oddly, you know how it is you got the news cycle and people in this business, we generally always looking for the next thing, but I want to go back, and maybe Ismail has been watching this as well. I actually know Iranians. I actually know an Iranian lady here on Guam that is watching what's happening in Iran with a whole lot of curiosity and hoping that this time they're able to do what they had failed to do before, and that is to be able to wrestle the government of Iran away from the Khomeinis and give it back to the Pahlavi throne. Reza Khan Pahlavi was the Shah of Iran when the students and the Khomeinis took it over back in 1979, 78, 79, and they have been in exile since. And his son is they say now the next Shah of Iran, and the people there are trying to put him back into power. And I just think it's for me, it's one of the most fascinating things going on. Maybe the generation before me, that was all about Vietnam and what that meant. But for me, it was everything that was happening in Iran in the year that I graduated from college, because we didn't know that year whether or not we were going to be drafted up back into service to go and fight the war in Iran. Never did get all the way into Iran, but there have been skirmishes there, as you know, ever since then. Hopefully, a friendly Iran is going to be bringing a whole lot of stability to the region, and maybe an opportunity for prosperity and growth for everybody. But I don't know. Still kind of early in the conversation to have that. 6:28 in the morning. Donna D with news and headlines. Like I said, what do you want to do? You want to go with welcome aboards first, and then go to Donna D? Okay, Real Joe's nodding his head as we say welcome back to all of these freedom fighters here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Yeah, I put that picture of Maduro back on because clearly not everybody's problems are all the same. I mean, yeah.
Could you imagine waking up?
High prices, we get gasoline here and there, and the power bill or whatever.
Sorry,
but yeah, okay. Well, I was not whisked away in the small of the night by armed forces of the United States of America and the entire justice system. They took him to New York, right? They took him to Mamdani's New York.
Yeah, nice plane ride.
Yeah.
Snacks, they gave him water.
I heard.
That's free water.
But what's he jamming to in those headphones?
Right.
That's the big question. Panama. Sorry, where was I? Sorry, I distracted myself here in the program. Donna said not go out of order. We got to do the welcome arounds. We got to do the attendance check here because bad things happen when we go out of order, which is actually true. Saturday I went to get my run on, and I decided that what I wanted to do was use my DJ Cosmo 3 pocket thing, my video thing.
Here we go.
I wanted to go and take some shots of beautiful, because I always talk about how great EPAL Beach is early on Saturdays and Sundays. So I wanted to actually get some footage of it, and so I grabbed that, got the stand, got the little other battery and my filters and stuff, and walked out the door and realized that I forgot my water, my belt, and because I need both of those so I can hydrate while I'm running, and also someplace to put my keys in Beetle Nut while I am running, and I didn't have any of that particular infrastructure. I'm sitting around, and I've got the keys to the truck, and I don't know what to do with the keys to the truck because I don't have the belt. I didn't know where to put the keys to the truck. Now, I know some of you were thinking that there might have been a place where I could have put the keys to the truck. And you knocked that off. Yeah. There's no such thing as accidental insertion, right?
Your gel wallet.
Yeah. So I remembered an old trick, and I tied it to the shoelaces of my shoe, which absolutely distracted me for the entire time.
That's OG,
right?
Yeah,
that is
for real.
I don't know. But the other way is that you hide it under a tire, right? You hide it on a tire. Yeah. I still know people that do that. They take their keys and they hide it. But the thing is that this got one of those, because this is a high tech truck, right? This Frontier, the King Crab.
Fob.
It's got a fob. It's got the fob.
You got to find a good spot to hide that, man.
And so the same, I just wonder if I'd hid the fob on the tire of the car, would it make it so that if somebody pressed the button on the door, they would have been able to unlock it and then start it? right? And so I figured, okay, I better just run with the thing. So that distracted me, like I said, all the way through. No distractions now. EOD Kaboom online.
Hot wives.
It says so. Can you imagine the perspective of EOD Kaboom guys that are watching this? All of the hardware, all the power, air power of the armed forces of the United States swooping in over Venezuela and encountering almost negligible, if any, interference from their missile defense systems. Apparently, they bought theirs from China. I'm serious. Apparently, the Venezuelans were in deep, and they got their missile defense system from China, and it didn't work when it was called to work. So that's what you get when you order Temu sometimes. Lori with a Y Duenas is in the machine. Of a Smug Wimp says, "Ahoy, EOD." I gotta do a shout to Smug. Because he reached out to me over the weekend and found me right as I was done fixing the yard up and having my post-yard workout beer. And he says, "Listen, I've got something for you." And as it turns out, he brought over an uncirculated set of coins, U.S. mint coins from 2025. Do you know what it has in it?
A penny?
It has 2 pennies. One from Philadelphia.
2 pennies for
one
your
from
thoughts.
Philadelphia. One from Denver. And the one from Denver. I mean, actually, all 3 of them. All of the minted 2025 pennies are literally worth a pretty penny. Now, I want to say thank you very much, Smug. You are a good friend of mine. And he came up in that little car, that little tiny.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever seen it?
What?
And I'm like, dude, did you paint that? He said, no, I got 2.
Cars.
He liked it so
With the
much he bought
widow
another.
adder.
Like that. Joe Kai online here this morning saying good morning to his Woostig neighbor, Stephen Blake.
Woostig, real guy.
It's true. Maduro, says Ismael Velez. Is Maduro. And Joe Kai is in the thing going, what? More from Stephen Blake, EOD. Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas checking in this morning, sending her best wishes to all of her favorite Republicans, including Vice Speaker Tony Ad. What's that? Ismael. George W. Bush needed 170,000 troops that led over 4,400 U.S. military casualties and an 8-year war in order to capture Saddam Hussein. President Trump captured Nicolas Maduro while we were sleeping overnight with 0 casualties. We're that good then. Felix Bumba, there's Henry Manglotnia in the machine. More from Ismail says, while Venezuelan immigrants around the world and Venezuelans inside the country itself applaud and celebrate the seizure of Maduro, non-Venezuelan people in certain districts in the U.S. call it a crime against humanity, an act of war.
Oh,
These are the same people who locked you down in your homes during COVID, bankrupted your businesses, and forced vaccines down your throats under penalty of losing your job if you didn't take it. These are the people who applauded the October 7th attack on Israel and support free Palestine. Ismail, to the degree that you are paying any attention to them at all, I am of the suspicion here that to a vast normalized United States, independent thinkers, libertarians, conservatives, if you will, I think for all intents and purposes, they have just completely discounted a big chunk of the left. Their responses to whatever it is it's always going to be predictable and ridiculous, predictable and ridiculous. So to that degree, I don't pay any attention to them at all. It's interesting to hear what they've got to say to put themselves in context to world-shaking events. But in this case, I think they're completely inconsequential. I'm sure you do as well. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitchitu watching the program today. Henry Menglotnia is on the machine. Lori with a Y, Duenas. Today we're all strong because of Eric Chong. Nice to see you in the Gizmo here this morning. More from Ismail. But give this guy his own show. Funny how the only leaders of countries standing against the U.S. over Maduro are those in the fentanyl industries, those who get rich paid by cartels, those which are socialist countries. Now, as Iranians take to the streets in protest against their government and calls for Trump to do the same there, the Iranian government threatens to take action against this people and the U.S. allies if he dares. Yeah, I don't know that we need to worry about those guys either. Jessica S.E. Cruz says, mushy mushy to everybody. Joe Dizon, Buenos and Affidata. Francis Duffy. Johnny Utah probably had the greatest weekend ever with everything that's going on. Says, good morning from the greatest state in the union. greatest state in the
Oh,
union.
I wonder what state that is.
I think he's in Florida these days.
Oh.
I think he's down in Florida these days. Can you imagine?
Florida man.
Hilarious Venezuelan female immigrants in the U.S. telling liberal women to STFU. You shouldn't have an opinion on something you've never lived or know anything about. I was a few years ago at a trade show. And there was a girl. It was a broadcast trade show. I think it was in Vegas or someplace. But anyway, there was a girl there, pretty Venezuelan girl, and about 6 months pregnant. And we ended up at the airport together somehow. And she wasn't traveling with her husband or boyfriend or whatever. And she was having a hard time lugging her suitcase around and a box with a stroller in it. And I said, why are you? I mean, I know why you're buying the stroller. Don't they have that in your country? And she said, no. No, we don't have a whole lot of other stuff in the country as well. So she took advantage of this opportunity to travel to the States. And while she was doing the broadcast trade show, managed to get herself this stroller and take it back to her with her to Venezuela.
Oh, yeah.
Because you couldn't.
Single mom. Sorry, man.
I'm not.
I couldn't help it.
What did I say? Did I deny anything, Joe? Did I? No. What's that? EOD Kaboom online saying good morning to Smug and Auntie Bennett and Tattoo Shauna and Ismail, Jane Mack, Rico, Brennan, the rest of the Point Familia. There's Tattoo Shauna online saying good morning to everybody. JB St. Nicholas. Carol Ann Prune Solace says good morning to all. Have a day to Edgar Tumamak saying good morning, Guam. Magandan Umaga. Back at you, bud. Let me see. There's Richard Leon hanging out in the machine. I got to say his name. Otherwise, he says that I'm censoring him. Johnny Utah says, my Venezuelan co-worker, also 6 months pregnant, I'm kidding, was excited about Trump getting Maduro, and the lefties overheard and started melting. You're trying to say melting down? One was having a panic attack. Liberals are seriously mental. They need psychiatric help. Here's the thing. Too many booster shots. Too many booster shots. We figured you were
over-vaccinated.
Yeah. We figured you were off kilter a little bit before COVID, and then after all of the shots and the booster shots and crap. Oh, maybe that'll explain some of today's more interesting headlines. Too many boosters. I'm talking about local stuff. What's that? Ana Delgado. January 6th is the traditional Epiphany Day. Okay, so we're all going to hang out tomorrow. Ismail says
Catholic experts.
Three Kings is January 6th. It's Hispanic Christmas. Jose Martinez is January 6th is Three Kings Day. Yesterday was the liturgical celebration. I appreciate the clarification. And if there's ever any questions about is there a Catholic in the room, if Jose Martinez is in the chat,
there you go.
There's a Catholic in the room.
Almost a saint.
Keenan McCausland finally bringing me back around to what really is important here on the day before Three Kings.
What, football?
Yes. Yes. Did you see how her beloved Seattle Seahawks destroyed our beloved San Francisco 49ers?
I couldn't watch it.
13-3. They drew first blood in the first quarter and just stayed ahead the entire time. And I'm looking at the last 2.5 minutes of the game, and I'm watching the San Francisco 49ers. They got the ball. They got the ball within 10 feet, 10 yards of the Seattle goal, and I'm going, okay, come on, guys, do that Niner magic, and they failed to do the Niner magic, and did not have an opportunity to get their 7 and come back for another 3 and at least tie things up and go into overtime. But I'm healing myself by suggesting that they're already in the playoffs. They're already in the actual playoffs. And so why mess your hair? Why risk injury? Just go in there, kind of lob the ball around, do some jogging, try not to get tackled or anything like that, and just save it for what's left of the big games. And because here it is.
That's the attitude, right?
Today is the last of the season here. This is after this we're going into wild cards and playoffs and whatever. Johnny Utah, Jose Martinez, I thought it was called Epiphany. Strong because of Eric Chong. Let me see. Smug Wimp says Three Kings Day marks the conclusion of the Christmas season. In many cultures, it falls 12 days after Christmas, signifying the end of the 12 days of Christmas. In some Christian traditions, it's also marking the day when the holiday season decorations are taken down.
Oh, never.
You might note here on the screen that I've taken our Christmas decorations down. Yeah, I could have left them up for another day.
Yeah,
but I figured, what the heck. But
I just noticed.
Jose Martinez says both is okay. Sorry, didn't mean to start a fight in the family about Three Kings. Everybody.
Let there be peace on earth.
Jerome McDonald's. Do I want to read what you said? It is a fact. Says Jamie Shimmons, who is hot. Sarita Garin, Magundan, Umaga, the Point family. It's on the screen. Guam News seems to have a copy of the report, as they were very descriptive in their now deleted post. The corruption/cover-up is now the story, he says. Maria Duenas Perez online. D. Wayne Paredo. Buenos and Day to you, Johnny Utah. Ray, those are used to take away his senses, blacked out from sound and sight. Johnny, I know what they're there for. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, Johnny, we're not complete.
I'm
idiots.
saying he's got his cool Beats headphones and his Nike Tech, gym gear, and he's rocking those gargoyle sunglasses like Schwarzenegger. I know they're trying to black out the senses. It's a joke. I'm Ray Gibson, funny guy, right? Alan Baldwin is on the machine today. There's Stephen Liz. Ismail says, lessons learned. Stop going to the same stylist as Saddam Hussein. The governor needs a new stylist. Oh.
He does look like Saddam.
You know what was interesting is how big this guy is. I mean, if you've seen the picture, he's a big guy.
Yeah.
Large of stature. Smug says the gas shouldn't go either up or down, not our market. Now, Cuba and North Korea might have an increase there. As for them, that might have been the only way that they were getting any kind of crude in the country at all. How is that going to impact things out there? Cuba's going to be hurting. They've already got a shortage of fuel the issue in their country, and the lights go out on a regular. Iran, smug wimp. Iran so far away. Maria Duenas Perez is on the machine. Benita Camacho Garrido. Buenos Day to Maria Duenas Perez. From Perez Woods, Dona Mila Martinez. Let me see. I got more from Johnny Utah. Ana Delgado says, Seahawks. I got you. Ben Servino's watching on the game today. Happy Monday, Ray Real, Joe Donna, and the Point Familia. Quickly now, checking out the few in number, but actually they get kind of, large in number, but not as noisy as the Facebook side, at least early. Tommy Garcia's there. MP Ogo saying, buenas. Joe Takai sending wishes to his Woostig neighbors. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, wants you to go try some of these cheesy cheeseburgers they've got there. Guam, USA, Holiday Point Familia. Lupang Guam is on the machine, enjoying a cup of coffee. He ran into me, or I ran into him.
No, he ran into you.
One or the other.
Because you're the...
He was watching, and he pulls up on a bike. He's got the bike, and he pulls up, and I'm like, I shake his hand, going, good morning, just being friendly. And he says, hey, do you know who I am? Crap.
Oh, he's one of those guys, huh?
Oh, he's got a helmet.
Do you know
glasses.
who I am?
You got earbuds in the thing. I'm trying to see it.
I'm somebody.
If you were a Chamorro, I'd be able to look at your face and know which family you are. But even though your name's Lupang. Anyway, so he says, I'm your moderator. I'm a Lupang. So, good to meet you. We talked for a couple of minutes about exercise, and finally he puts the earbuds back in and goes, Lenny Kravitz, take me home. And rode off on his bike, just like real Joe. Tattoo Sean Gumatauto on this thing saying, good morning from Telefofo. We will be speaking to Tattoo Sean a little bit later on in his capacity as the boss of the shop for the Republican Party. They put out a letter to the editor. I've got a copy of it. I'll share that with you as we get closer to that. John Savares, that's Senator John Savares online. Mateo Mortera. I got two senators on the line here now. Sam Buenas, Point Familia. Patrick 671, Bad Boy 671, Guam Barbecue. Ruth Polino saying good morning to everybody. There's Stephen Lynn checking in on this side. SP Borja, Ken Leon Guerrero. What's that? You would think that the failure of regime change in Iraq and Afghanistan would be a lesson. Not. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Is it regime change? He was not the president of Venezuela. He took everybody's guns away, and then they had an election when he didn't like the results. He just stayed in office and declared that was a null and void. Yeah. The interesting thing is the other folks making connections between Venezuela and the voting machines that are used in the United States of America. Johnny Utah, go find me that story. Let me got Stephen Liz on this side over here as well. Monique Alvarez Baza is saying half a day, and good morning, Guahan. Good to have you in the thing. And there's Gemma Bustamante saying good morning to everybody. All right, is that enough there? Is that all the people we need to talk about here? Longer than usual. Listen, I think that's because lots of people are, moving back into work. What's going to change? What will have changed? There's an interesting story in the Gizmo about changes in office places, especially tech startups. They're taking casual dress codes a step further and implementing a no shoes policy. What?
God, finally I get to ground.
Some are offering free slippers or slides. Others are covering their offices with plush rugs. But the common goal is to make employees feel like they're home. It's the pajama economy in action. Many who grew accustomed to working from home during the pandemic are now back in offices, but they're trying to bring the comforts of home in there with them, including allowing people to run around with bare feet, house slippers, slide-ins.
We don't run around with bare feet at home. Do you? Got chanelas for the house.
99%
no
of the time.
shirt.
Yeah.
I want to wear no shirt. Everybody can wear no shirt here.
Yes, why not? What's going to change? What will you implement? 647. Donna D now with the first big look at headlines. Who's on the phone?
Maria Pangilinan.
Oh, I know, from the Guam
It's
Election
the
Commission.
day.
Today's
the day.
It's the Feast of the Epiphany and Three Kings and the day. All right, we'll get that all wrapped up here in a second. But first, news with Donna. What's going on? What'd I miss?
A 40-year-old man sustained non-fatal injuries after being hit by a car in Manila late Thursday night. The crash occurred on Route 10 near the local mobile station. Paramedics transported the victim to GRMC for treatment. GPD is currently investigating the incident. No additional details about the driver or the cause have been released. Meanwhile, gas prices have dropped 10 cents a gallon over the weekend. Regular gas is now $4.68 a gallon, which is the lowest rate seen on the island in over 3 years. Supreme and diesel prices also decreased by 10 cents. The price drop took effect at all major stations over the New Year's holiday. This is the first price change since November. And emergency sirens across Guam will undergo a routine test tomorrow afternoon at 3:15. Homeland Security says the test will include voice messages and a 60-second siren tone. Both the local government and military bases are participating in this joint exercise. These tests are scheduled for the first Tuesday of every month to ensure the public warning systems work correctly. And those are local headlines on the point. Now back to Ray.
Yeah. Jerome McDonald says, Donna, I walked around my home barefoot. When I was I remember when I was kids, we went to go and visit my step-grandparents in Atwater, California. And, I'm just a little kid and did as we normally do. You get in the house, you take your shoes off, and you start running around. But they wore shoes in the house. Like white shoes, just like nurse shoes or something like that.
There's oils in your feet.
I don't know what the heck the deal was. There's something about we're not going to wear, we're not going to run around barefoot like savages, which I am embracing my inner savage. It's 6:49 in the morning, and I wanted to find this here. Now it's not just the price of gasoline going down on our side of the fence. I got this last week from Masarap, who's this week's gasoline prices at the exchange, effective January the 3rd, $2.92.9 for a gallon of regular, $3.50.9 for mid-grade, and premium is $3.87.9. And according to Smug Wimp, the reason why they have different prices in different grades, octane levels.
Oh, that's right.
Octane levels. Yep. Whatever's. But 6:50 in the morning. Just give me the cheap one. That will be fine with me. And as you said, Maria Pangilinan on the line.
Yes,
I'm going to go and grab her early here because sardonic, dramatic voice, and so it begins. What time you opening up there, Maria?
Half a day, Ray Gibson.
Happy New Year.
At 8 o'clock, Ray Gibson can pick up his packet.
8 o'clock this morning, the packet pickups begin over at the Guam Election Commission, and you can find them. Is it Mega Drugs? No. Yeah, it is, right?
Oh, wow.
It's that and then there's a drugstore downstairs. There's a drugstore next to it. It's across from the new little miniature Shell. That building there where they used to have Thunder from Down Under back in the day. That's Maria's office is where the stage was. But anyway, so I've got her on the line right now from the Guam Election Commission. First of all, Happy New Year to you.
Viva Año Nuevo.
Yeah. I know, and I know it was kind of a tough last week here with Polly Mike and then his eventual passing. So I know that you've got some prayers that you want to send out for him and the family and the congregation, right?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Big loss, huge loss.
He was a steady hand, I thought. Among many things, and I remember when my mom passed, I went up to take care of some of the emceeing, if you will, in the church, and he told me, he says, "Hey, you sound good in the church microphone. You want to turn this into a full-time gig and show up every Sunday about 10:30 and take care of some of the readings and the homilies and things like that?" I said, "Start without me, Polly. I appreciate the offer, but you may start without me." Anyway, 6:51 in the morning. So what do I? I'm not saying me because I've done this before, and people are still mad at me because I didn't go all the way through with it. But what should a potential candidate, John Savaris, if you will, a Mateo Mortera that's listening to the broadcast, do they need to bring anything with in order to pick up that packet?
No, they don't. And in fact, they can even get on our website at gec.guam.gov and request for a packet.
I'm checking right now to see if my cousin has turned the thing on already. GEC notice. Where would I find that?
Until 8 o'clock.
Oh, he's got the cron job working. Okay, yeah. So 8 o'clock Guam time, it will go. I mean, the website is live right now. It's just not that component is not going to be available just yet. But under the important dates here, I suppose that's one of them. All right, so that's all you need to do is just go. You can go online. You don't need to bring anything. Although if you don't go, if you get it online, you're going to miss what I think is the fun part of this. Is a clerk that works over at the Guam Election Commission has got a spiel that you will get about the do's and the don'ts and the actual requirements that are needed before you can do things like open bank accounts and all of that.
That's correct. Also, we'd like to let the potential candidates know that candidate seminars will start this month, and they'll be scheduled throughout the months up until May of this year, and they will be on the second Wednesday and Thursday of the month. On Wednesdays, it's going to be in the evening, and on Thursdays, it's going to be in the afternoon. 5:30 in the afternoon on Wednesdays, and I think on Thursdays it's 1:30 or 2 o'clock.
I'm going to get a headache trying to remember all of that stuff. It's written down somewhere, right? It's on the website?
Yes,
okay.
It's on the website.
Okay, so can I send my salespeople down there and hang out with the folks and sell them advertising? Can I hang out with the candidates that show up?
Anyone can join our candidate seminars. You just have to sign up on a first come first serve basis.
Think there's going to be that many, huh?
Well, we hope so, seriously, and we encourage all our candidates, even the incumbents, to come, or their people to come, because there are changes in the campaign finance section of the election code.
My least favorite part, as a matter of fact.
Yes, and Ray Gibson. The schedule of fines have been adopted.
Yeah, I saw that. So it goes up. It's jail time this time, right? If you do it wrong?
Not quite. First, we'll see about taking your money when you file late. That's one of the things where in the past there was not a fine if you file late. And the most important part about campaign finance, we believe, is that the public can find out what your campaign is doing and how your campaign is working out.
Need more fundraisers. Call Phil over at Venue. You need lightning strike fundraisers right now. Maria Pangolina, I appreciate the time. So gec.guam.gov, 8 o'clock this morning. Will we be able to see in real time who has picked up packets or who has downloaded their packets?
Yes, you will.
Okay. All right. Because
what's important, Ray Gibson, It's you don't have to bring an ID or anything, but please make sure you indicate the name of the potential candidate you are picking up for.
Right. Because that's done as well. There might be a couple of groups out there that they're going to try to draft other individuals. It's 6:56 in the morning. Maria, I want to thank you very much for your time. You're the hardest working woman in the entire government of Guam, and I'll check you later.
Zeus Masi Ray Gibson.
Magulogui big time at 7 o'clock in the morning, closing in on 7 o'clock in the morning. You want me to take a break? I can keep going. What do you think? You're the producer.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You have to take a break?
No.
Well, just keep going.
Yes, no,
Got it.
absolutely.
All right.
Whatever you want to do, man. It's Monday.
I got you. That is so far inside. So far inside.
Sorry.
Nobody's going to know. It's a reference. I wanted to make sure we were talking about Polly Mike here for a second, and the letter went out from the Archdiocese with the deepest of sorrow. Our Catholic Church on Guam mourns the passing of one of our most beloved priests, Father Mike Chrysostomo. A large hole in our hearts and our church today. Say hi to my mom when you get there, Polly Mike. Starting January the 2nd, rosaries prayed at 5:30 p.m., followed by Mass at 6 at the St. Anthony Catholic Church. On weeknights, Saturday and Sunday over the weekend. Okay, I think that might be all you need to know. Funeral mass arrangements will be announced shortly, but what you need to know is Rosary 5:30, Mass at 6 weeknights over at St. Anthony Catholic Church. If that changes, I'll let you know. As I said, Tatu Sean Gumatauta with us a little bit later on. He put out a letter to the editor. While we are just a few days into the new year, we are well into the 2026 Guam election cycle. Many different organizations will be pushing hard to get folks to the polls and cast their vote for those candidates who they believe best represent today's issues and those of the foreseeable future. Whether these organizations are faith-based, service-oriented, business, philanthropic, or political, the argument will be made for and against that man or women candidates, all who can best take care of those issues that reflect their respective value systems. You know, like octopus farming. He didn't write that. I stuck that in. When we think about island elections, our minds often jump to the gubernatorial, congressional, or senatorial races. However, the truth is that local elections shape our daily lives more than we often realize, from the roads we drive on to the schools in our villages, the leaders we elect. Scratch that. Representatives we elect locally make decisions that directly impact our respective communities. From Jigo to Maleso, these realities and many others are why voting in local elections is one of the most powerful ways to make a difference since the start of the new millennium. I was going to say, from Jigo to Maleso. Use the new spelling on that. What? What's that? What are you doing there? I heard something. You okay? I don't know. There was a guy in my earbones. Anyway, so he's talking about registering to vote. Basically, this is the first push from the Republican parties to get out the votes and encourage as many people as possible to do exactly that. You're not going to love everybody on all of the ballots that you're going to be looking at. Hopefully, it doesn't come down to the least worst options when we're in the voting booth. And I'm looking forward to months and months and months of empty promises. I mean, campaign rhetoric, if you will. And more, as we determine who is going to be representing us in Adelup and the legislature and a lot of other offices that are up for grabs. Which offices in particular? Well, you find out pretty soon. About another hour from now, they're going to go live on the Guam Election Commission website, and you will be able to go and get your packet and download the packet or sign up for it in real life. It's 7 in time for the Fox News.
Tomorrow, after their capture in a U.S. military operation.
Ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro now behind bars at this federal facility here. There are some people outside actually protesting the military action that got us to this point. I have to point out, it's a sharp contrast to the Venezuelans we've seen celebrating the arrest of Maduro and his wife. In fact, video shows Maduro being processed yesterday evening by DEA agents. He appeared to smile and could be heard saying good night and Happy New Year. Now in custody, he's expected to be arraigned on a 4-count superseding indictment, which accuses him of running a corrupt and illegitimate government fueled by drug trafficking that flooded the U.S. with thousands of tons of cocaine.
Fox's CB Cotton. Venezuelan Americans in Florida are celebrating Maduro's removal. Fox's Andrea Linares is in Doral.
There's a real sense of renewed hope in South Florida as Venezuelans have been advocating for this moment for decades. Hundreds of people are expected to gather to attend a large rally here in the city of Doral. So this morning at Our Lady of Guadalupe Church, which serves Catholics in the city of Doral, emotional parishioners have been praying for the future of their home country of Venezuela.
We know that it's a complicated situation, but we feel happy.
For now, most people remain cautiously optimistic.
But the capture of Maduro and his wife by U.S. military forces also sparking protests around the country. Protesters coming out in Los Angeles, Dallas, Washington, D.C., Miami, Phoenix, and more cities. America is listening to Fox News.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Following the U.S. capture of Nicolas Maduro, leaders from around the world are keeping an eye on the situation in Venezuela, many with mixed reactions.
Some are obviously very concerned, while others are much more supportive, including Israel's prime minister. Fresh off his trip to the United States, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had this to say.
We congratulate President Trump on his decision. We also salute the American military forces who carried out a perfect operation.
However, at the Vatican today, Pope Leo had a more cautious tone. He offered up prayers to the people of Venezuela and called for stability and harmony.
The good of the beloved Venezuelan people must prevail over any other consideration and lead to overcoming violence and embarking on paths of justice and peace, guaranteeing the sovereignty of the country.
But elsewhere in the world, Brazil's president said the actions crossed an unacceptable line, and China said the operation was a violation of international law.
Fox's Jeff Paul. A Kentucky woman's been charged with homicide after police say she used abortion pills and buried the fetus in her backyard. 35-year-old Melinda Spencer was arrested after going to a health care clinic and telling staff members she used medication bought online to end her pregnancy, which is illegal in the state of Kentucky. Police say Spencer admitted to taking the pills on December 26th and burying the fetus, described as a developed male infant, 2 days later in a Christmas-wrapped light bulb box in the backyard. Spencer later confessing she ordered the abortion drugs when she got pregnant following an affair. Swift authorities opened a criminal investigation into the managers of a bar where a New Year's Eve party fire killed 40 people. Prosecutors say the two are suspected of involuntary homicide and causing the fire. More than 100 others were hurt in the fire at the bar in a resort town. Investigators believe sparkling candles on champagne bottles may have ignited the ceiling. America is listening to Fox News.
Celebrating the 176th-year anniversary of American President Lines. APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL Global Presence with a local home.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. If you are like me, the new year brings an irresistible urge to clean house and make a fresh start. As we head into 2026, it may be a good time to check the status of your family property. Have there been any changes, such as a marriage or divorce? Has a family member passed? Or do you have an estate plan in place? Taking a little time now can help prevent bigger issues down the road and give you peace of mind for the year ahead. From all of us at Security Title, Happy New Year.
JCB and Ken Micronesia Inc. present the third annual Tomodachi Run Walk. Hosted by the Japanese International Academy of Guam. Mark your calendar, Sunday, January the 11th at UOG. Everybody's got a chance to win our grand prize, a trip to Japan. The first 300 finishers receive a special Run Guam original t-shirt and enjoy a tasty treat at the finish line. Free Inari Sushi, courtesy of Don Don Donkey. Walk, jog, or run, everybody's welcome. Come make wonderful memories together with the Japanese International Academy of Guam.
News this hour is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:07. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. A 27-year-old man is in custody after threatening family members and a driver with a knife in Mighty on Friday. Police arrested K.N. Billy after responding to reports of a disturbance at the Robat Apartments. Court documents state Billy had been drinking for 10 hours before the incident. He reportedly punched a relative and brandished a kitchen knife at several others. When victims tried to call 911, Billy snatched their phones and smashed one. Witnesses say he also tried to hijack a car at knife point before being arrested. He faces multiple felony charges, including attempted robbery and terrorizing. Meanwhile, Senator Vince Borja says something has to change at GDOE following a failing audit. The report shows the agency has remained on a federal high-risk list for 22 years and could lose $12 million in expired grants. Borja says the current system is failing students and teachers. He is considering options like giving the governor more control or making the education board a fully appointed body. The senator warns that the legislature will no longer provide last-minute bailouts without seeing real changes. He plans to hold regular oversight hearings to ensure the department fixes its management and spending problems. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
A new audit reveals substantial doubt about the future of the CIFA Learning Academy Charter School. The OPA reports that the school's former lease at its Teedzin campus caused major financial strain. CIFA reportedly overpaid its former landlord by more than $2 million due to a contract misinterpretation. The school has since moved to GCC and is paying $1,500 a month per month for each classroom. To stay open, management plans to sue its former landlord to recover funds and is asking to increase student enrollment. The school is also seeking a permanent campus at the decommissioned LBJ Elementary School. Only the legislature can authorize the new school lease. And potential candidates can pick up their election packets starting at 8 o'clock this morning at the Guam Election Commission on Fahrenholt Avenue in Twinning. You can also request a packet online at gec.guam.gov. Executive Director Maria Pangilinan says those interested do not need to bring an ID to collect a packet, but must provide the candidate's name. Pangilinan is also urging all candidates to attend seminars on new campaign finance rules and updated fines. These sessions take place on the second Wednesday and Thursday of every month through May. Wednesday seminars start at 5:30 in the evening, and Thursday sessions begin at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Space is limited to a first-come, first-served basis. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
God, you remembered the schedule.
I wrote it down.
Oh, you wrote it down. Okay, well, she was actually on the phone talking about it.
We're
All right.
writing stuff down.
No, well, I understand. I got it. Hopefully, there will be enough opportunities for note-taking as the program commences and continues here in the program. 7:10 in the morning, and here is the weather that you asked for. Cloudy today. Showers likely with highs near 87 degrees. East-northeast winds 9 to 14 miles an hour. We're going to see some gusts today up around 18 miles an hour. We'll look at the radar imagery and see what is lurking in the near area here. And I'm not sure about all those clouds that they're talking about right now, but they say there could be some stuff moving in. Maybe that here that's going to be coming in from south. I'll bother somebody over at the Weather Service tomorrow if I think we need to. East-northeast winds, like I said, gusting as high as 18 miles an hour today. Mostly cloudy tonight. Overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Partly sunny Tuesday and mostly sunny again on Wednesday. Isolated showers and daytime highs around 87 degrees. So grill marks in the middle of the week. Sounds good to me. Partly cloudy Wednesday night as well with overnight lows of about 77. With a heat index today, we'll feel like 92 degrees. 70% chance of rain. Like I said, some of that may have already fallen in the overnight hours. Sunset tonight, 6:07. And we had sunrise breaking the plane about, 20 minutes ago, 6:45 or so. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Burger King's double cheeseburger line is here. The classic double, bacon double, and rodeo double. The classic features 2 flame-grilled beef topped with pickles, ketchup, mustard, and melty American cheese on a warm sesame seed bun. The bacon with pickles, ketchup, mustard, melty American cheese, and crispy savory bacon. And the rodeo filled with the melty American cheese, tangy barbecue sauce, and onion rings. Make it a meal with cheesy tots and a refreshing Coca-Cola. BK's new double cheeseburgers. Available for a limited time only at BK. You rule.
I know. 712 Ray Gibson Show portions being brought to you by the guys over at, where is this, APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. How do you start off the day between, the Feast of the Epiphany and the Three Kings? How do you get that all started? I'm thinking a fantastical lunch over at Marina Grill, breakfast over the weekends, too. But check out their chicken pesto sandwich, Philly cheese steak. They got a crusted cheese sandwich and crispy Parmesan fish sandwiches as well. Maybe you're just in line for a burger. Okay, go for the burger, but I would suggest that you go for the Smash Pica burger. Absolutely fantastic. It's a half-pounder burger. They smush it up the way you like it with lettuce and mayo and pickles and tomatoes and cheese. Beer-battered onion rings, so you got a nice crunch going in, and Denancy, of course. Great entrees, great lineup, and great service and great prices waiting for you. All you got to do is point the car in the direction of Agate. When you get to the marina, stop. That's where the Marina Grill is.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-825-55.
Roger. Lining up for a lot of interesting phone opportunities here this morning, 7:13. And the first one that we're going to get into is with Attorney General Doug Morley.
Doug Morley. He's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Morley.
7:13 on the Ray Gibson Show. I know you're going to want me to ask him about the Shimizu Cook case over the weekend that was breaking on Saturday night. How are things under investigation right now? And so we're going to allow that process, as the governor suggests, to take its course. And we'll read from released documentation when those become available from the AG's office. 7:14 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Attorney General Doug Morley joining me now. Buenos and half a day. Doug, how you doing?
Half a day, Ray. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. What are your plans for this? Are you going to go and go to the Election Commission this morning after 8 o'clock and pick up your packet for re-election?
I still got time, Ray. Just trying to finish my term. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
those promises.
I know you're busy. That's come up. Apparently, there's this hold up in the case involving the new superintendent of education's contract, and they said is hold up right now, and it's because they didn't get the paperwork to you until just recently, and you've got other paperwork that you've got to investigate first.
Yeah, Ray, the sky is falling number that's coming from the governor's cabinet, while the governor and her attorneys, her little cabal up there, is not paying our attorneys their amounts. It's getting very tiring to have to keep talking about this. But yeah, they're going to wait in line because the governor decided not to pay my lawyers. And that's what happens when you don't pay bills, Governor.
There's got to be a priority list in the Attorney General's office. Personally, from the perspective of a taxpayer,
like the governor made us wait for 6 years. Was it 7 years now at DMV? This is what it reeks of. Anyone that has a kid that has to go to DMV and take out their their kid out of school for an entire day to get a freaking driver's license and stand in those lines. This is the type of governor we have here. So when she and her cabinet and the Department of Education come over to my office and start saying, rush this contract, well, why don't you look at your own, what you're doing to my office? Get out of my law firm, start screwing around with my budget that the legislature and the people of Guam gave me, and let me do my job. And by the way, one of my jobs is to look over those contracts. So when we get contracts, and look at our website, we have it posted. When a contract comes in, we're going to wait in line till these other contracts come in. And by the way, we're not just going to sign off on those contracts. My lawyers look at it to protect the people of Guam's coffers, like what's going on at the CCU and those guys trying to build that infrastructure. They, oh, you're an attorney, you have to sign it. No, I don't have to sign it. If the legislature wants to make you hire your own attorney and he'll do what you want or she'll do what you want, so be it. But when they make the attorney general elected, my client is the people of Guam, and I will not process any contract until it's looked at. And by the way, look at that superintendent contract. What is it, 40 grand more than the last one? You know, there were some decisions that were made very quickly on that contract. Like, heck, I'm going to quickly sign off on it or have my people quickly sign off on it. It's going through the normal processes, and it's going to stand in line with everybody else that's trying to get their contracts rushed through our office.
Right. Now it's interesting. Now they want you to be part of the system. I got it. 717.
Yeah, the sky is falling.
Of course it is. Of course. However, it's apparently not falling over at the port. Nestor Lecanto the other day writing a story about the 5-week customs special operation yielding no drugs at the port.
Hey guys, you might want to talk to the chief legal officer, the chief law enforcement officer of Guam, and ask him to oversee what you guys were doing for 5 weeks. Because from what I could tell, the drug dealers were probably keyed off on what to bring through and what not to bring through. And by the way, look at that billboard image that we did. That image isn't just a platitude image. We got radars on that thing. They're bringing the drugs not just through the port, they're bringing it through ships on the seas, through those fishing boats that are coming in. Governor, where's your conservation officers at all those ports down south where you can land one of those boats, put it in the water without going through any inspections? That's the type of operation we need. But their first problem was, why didn't they tell me about it? Look at our website, a 100-page report that was talking about all those container locks that were being cut per month rate. It's not just a total of them, 100 a month. And that came from customs themselves. Officers that are scared of this administration are telling us what's going on. So that was the first problem. Second problem, if you're doing such a great job, why is there so much meth still on the street? How is this coming in, Governor? And it's not customs. It's the governor. You have full purview of the entire island of Guam. They're coming through the port. They're coming through the seas. The airport, the amount of meth that we have on our streets right now, first of all, I'm not being told it's being made on Guam because that can be easily detected through the villages and people reporting them. It's coming through the ocean. That's how they're getting into Guam. So, yeah, you know, it's just, give me a break. It's very rich when I read that.
Well, you're quoted.
Contact the Attorney General's office.
You're quoted.
I will put somebody in charge that is going to oversee it properly. You don't let the fox in the hen house, Ray. That's what they did. What's up? Your dog and pony show? 5 weeks of what?
I knew your comments were going to be interesting on that. And that's why I had to ask. I thought it was kind of interesting that all of a sudden they're touting the fact that they did this 5-week inspection over the port and couldn't find any drugs. Nothing at all, really?
Nothing to see here. That's what I saw that article as. Well, somebody might want to call, because my job, not that I want more work, but my job is to ensure that our people are safe from those meth addicts out there. I'm the one that brought up this whole, it's coming through the port number. And, yeah, put me in charge of it. I'll make sure it doesn't come in.
And we're not going to tell anybody. It will be done with stealth.
Yeah, quietly.
And yes, we've conducted an investigation on ourselves, and we didn't find any evidence of wrongdoing. 7:19 in the morning. That's where I thought it was going to end up going. Attorney General Doug Moylan on the line. Appreciate your time. Got another name on line too, so I'm going to jump into that conversation. You have a great day, and when you've got things that you can release me on, you know what? Then by all means, you know how to find me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Attorney General Doug Moylan, who's got other things to do today than go over to the Guam Election Commission and pick up his packet. Another 40 mintes. I wonder if there'll be a line. over at the Election Commission in about 40 minutes. You know, like you get these guys. But at the very front, because he's faster than anybody else, is current Senator Vince Borja from the 38th Guam Legislature. Buenas and Alpha Day. How you doing there, Senator?
Good morning, Ray, Rojo, Guam.
Are you gonna take your beautiful wife and your handsome children out to the election commission this morning and make a big deal about picking up your packet?
No, actually, no. We have the state funeral this morning.
Oh.
So, no, we'll be doing that. But, I think for me, just to set the record straight, because the other day somebody asked me, hey, with all this stuff going on, like, are you going to run for re-election? I said, you know what? I think for me, I ran 3 times and I got elected the 3rd time. I'm going to offer my people my work, my help to the people of Guam, and I'm not going to beg them. I never did, and we'll let our work speak for itself. So I'm not in a hurry. I think people think it's like cupcakes and rainbows at the legislature, but it's definitely not. I mean, obviously even at GDOE, it's not cupcakes and rainbows right now.
Reading just down the first couple of paragraphs of the audit report from BJ Cruz. Number one, it'll take you a second to get through all of these different findings that they have come through, and questionable costs and lost money. As a matter of fact, it looks like mismanagement, and we've squandered a whole lot of financial opportunities coming out of stateside grants and other funding sources over at the Department of Education, and not much to be done about it. It's done. Done is done. We're talking about the results of a 2024 financial audit over at the Department of Education. Do you have any indication that any of the findings have been dealt with, and any of the suggestions moving forward at the Department of Education corrective action plans are being followed, so we'll see some improvements in the 2025 financial audit?
I think we're going to expect the same thing. I'm sure you've seen over the last 10, 11 months that I've been in office where we're saying, hey, it's an emergency. They need more money. They're going to run out of money. They need to pay for this. They can't pay for that. We can't hire disability aides to do one-on-ones for the special needs kids. We don't have enough money. So, again, I'm still confused. In regards to what is really going on. Obviously, they had a big, shift in the leadership, so we're optimistic that she's going to come in and address some of these concerns. But I don't think it's something that's going to be, at the flip of a switch. There's just a lot of systematic problems that have existed, and then again, we'll meet with the superintendent in the coming weeks. The board is really who I'd like to really have a deeper conversation in regards to just the policies and the SOPs that drive the operations of the department, because ultimately it comes down to process. Like, what is your process and how you account and how do you plan? They approve a spend plan, but how do you monitor progress? Like, what are the KPIs that you use to monitor whether or not you're on target?
Careful with that crazy business talk here with the KPIs.
You're going
to find people that don't know how to spell KPI.
That's where we need to get to. I mean, when I meet with the superintendent, even when we start having oversights or we continue to bring them in, is, hey, how do you know what right looks like? We can't, you hear it all the time in the oversights. We don't know, Senator. We'll get back to you with that information, right? That's always the caveat answer. We'll get that to you. Right. But I think at the end of the day, if you're coming before the legislature because you were put in a position to lead, you should know what's going on. It's like a business. And, I'm sure I could ask you a question about your operations and you would know. You would know where the gaps are. You would know what the problems are. You would know, hey, these are the things I need to address these issues. And that's what I'm looking forward to get from the new superintendent. I mean, she's former speaker. She's, the education liaison to the governor. So she should be fully informed on all the different things that have been going on with the department. And hopefully she applied for the job knowing all these problems. They're not new. So we're going to hold
she was an acting superintendent for some time.
Yes, absolutely. And so we'll see.
After John Fernandez.
Again, GDOE, it's a monster, but it's not, as much as people say that we'll never solve it, they can. It just takes tough choices. And, tough choices are going to need to be made. And we're going to hope that this new superintendent does that. But again, I'm not going to hold my breath. Nothing personal against her, but there's a lot of things that need to change at GDOE, not just switching out the superintendent.
Well, Dr. Ron McNinch recently has been making a pitch for some fundamental changes. You were talking about the board and the responsibilities of the board here, and does the board need to have more power over the superintendent and the decisions that they make?
So, it's interesting that I met with one of the board members this morning when I was walking out the gym, and we were talking about that, because they talk about, well, the superintendent.
Did everybody get that? Wait, hold on, Vince. Did everybody get that?
Yeah, we heard
As I was
that.
leaving the gym. Okay, gotcha. Low-key brag. Good job.
But I bumped into one of our board members. But when we talk about, well, the superintendent needs to do this, I said, well, when you look at accountability, if it's not in a document, it's not a process, it's not an SOP, you can't hold anybody accountable to something you tell them, right? So you need to look at what your policy is. There a policy board, and again, like you're right, like we need to look at the governance of GDOE. Does the board need more power? I'll tell you that most of the employees would be against that. Whatever their reasons are. We talked about giving the board more power and choosing the deputy superintendent. There was opposition against that. I've thrown the idea out there, giving it back to the executive branch. There's another party an opposition to that. So, I'm willing to sit down with the board, continue to sit down with the stakeholders, and we have to fix that. What is currently in statute is not working. I mean, that's the bottom line.
But the employees and management aren't the customers of the superintendent. They're not the customers of the Board of Education. The students are the customers. The parents of the students are the customers. The parents are going to want to see some kind of accountability from the classroom all the way back up to central and a view over with the board. Now I'm 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I've seen both kinds of boards in the history of Guam, and sometimes you go, yeah, this board needs more power, and they get more power, and then all of a sudden we got superintendents getting sacked in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
You've been there, you've seen that, you've done that. So I think that's among the things that we need to be very wary of and ensure that whatever decisions that we make on what has to change, that at the end of it all, it goes down to support the ability for our teachers and the faculties of the schools to be able to teach the kids better and have them retain enough information so they might be able to reliably pass a test and get into the next grade and leave high school with some degree of knowledge that's been imparted to them.
No, yeah, absolutely. And I think what you definitely will see is maybe even the change of how the board is made up. I mean, I know right now it's 4 or there's 6 or 4 that gets elected, and then the governor appoints. The union representative doesn't vote. You have a student representative that doesn't vote. I think we're looking at a little bit more hybrid. Maybe more input, not more input, but like somebody appointed by the speaker, somebody from like the Parent Teacher Association, probably give the union, make him a voting member. Again, these are the different things that we're considering based on just really what has been going on. Again, there's no right answer. Not everybody's going to be happy.
No, I wouldn't do that with the union. I've got a bias against unions, but it seems to me that their job is to negotiate on behalf of their teachers. You can't put them in a position where they'd be negotiating basically with themselves as members of the board.
Yeah, again, and we'll continue to deliberate that. Again, there's different. Again, the composition is definitely going to be changing. These are some of the ideas that are being more like some of the recommendations. Definitely a lot more input from. I met with we had a roundtable a couple weeks ago with the stakeholders at the department. I'll continue to meet with the students, meet with the PTSAs, and then we'll go from there. Again, it's the one thing that, of course, that I'm trying to avoid is not trying to make this a political thing because it's election season, and that's
good luck. You started it today, and you started it before 8 o'clock this morning.
It started ever since. It's just now it's how do we continue to navigate without it, it becoming, or at least being perceived as something being political. That's, if you look at a lot of the things that we pushed out, right? It's like, even giving the board the decision to hire who's the deputy superintendent. People think that it's one-sided, but they were they asked, like, give us, you want us to change, to have more control. Let us decide who this, but of course there was opposition to that. I'm open to any ideas. Again, I'm not a lot of the things that we push is not something that I came up with, and I'm open to ideas and suggestions, and we'll definitely continue to deliberate this as well, because I'm going to need the other senators to support it. But yeah, absolutely, we're going to continue to push. I think something has to change. Even this audit, this was due I know that for the last like 3 to 4 months, the public auditor I've been in meetings with them and trying to get GDOE to complete this audit, and this for 2025, and so 2024.
Is this a software problem? Do they just what are they Abacus are they using here to help them out with the internal audits and preparations for the audits?
A lot of it was waiting for input from others within the department. And
Fired.
again, it's internal. That,
How long do you need? If it's a part of the job, it's one of the things that you got to do is show some receipts here. I don't know if you couldn't get that sorted out. I'm sure there'll be all kinds of excuses and reasons why they couldn't. One last thing before I let you go, I got the headlines coming up. We'll take a look at what's going on in the market in case you missed that. We've got 4 schools that revert back to the government of Guam this year.
Yep, and I know there have been discussions on other entities within the department that would like to use one of the schools. Again, I know that the board is waiting for the new superintendent to come out. One of the bigger things too, when we talk about the 4 schools, is that the population continues to decline. We need to look at, we need to look at whether or not we need to continue to operating the same number of schools. I know. It's a tough one, right? They like to say we make emotional decisions when it comes to these types of things.
Oh God, yes.
We need to be logical and and figure out whether not figure out. But I mean, even the Simon Sanchez, even the Swanson, he told me, he's like, if we're going to build another school, we need to, shut down a couple more schools because there's just too much real estate for the number of students that we currently have enrolled, and they're still continuing to see a decline. There is an appetite for more charter schools, and so we'll see that coming out too, and so which means it's going to affect the enrollment at the Department of Education. So. At least over the last couple of board meetings, it's the board. They're going to wait for Wontat.
Bro, if that's the handwriting on the wall, I mean, if this is the choice that people have settled with, GDOE versus a charter school, and the charter schools seem to be exploding, and there seems to be, as you point out, a demand and an appetite for more. It seems to me that that's the legislation that you need to introduce is to take those schools and transfer them outright and ensure that they become charter schools. So in the very least, there won't be much by way of additional rents that the GDOE is going to have to pay for those properties. Let the charter pay for it.
The president's school choice agenda, that's coming down soon. Again, there is an appetite as well. We just got to find the money for it. And so, there should be some things that come down the pipeline in the next couple of months in regards to school choice. Again, we're still waiting on, there have been talks about $60 million that the president pushed out. We haven't seen that yet here. There is even discussion about the SEA, right? And with all this, with the president's agenda with school choice and, removing less bureaucracy is, that's another governance structure that we're considering is establishing an SEA that kind of oversees the Department of Education and the charter schools.
You'll need to send me some write-up on that when you get a chance. 7:33 in the morning. Vince, always a pleasure talking with you. I wish I had more time. I'd ask you about your thoughts on 2026, where you think the island might be going, and obviously we've got an election in front of us. But I'll save that for later. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. But both Republican.
Early and often, I hear you. 7:34 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Down D with news and headlines here, being brought to you by the guys over at BK. Double cheese those burgers over at the BK place. Happy New Year, Guam, for 2026. Double cheeseburgers with the classic, the bacon double, and the rodeo double. Personally, for me, it's they're all three. I've had all three. They're good. The one I go back for is the bacon double. You tried that from the drive-thru over at the BK. News also being brought to you by Hafaday Realty, Jody, Saran, Libby, Antiloli, and an entire team of professionals making winners out of people that just want to play in a real estate game. 588-4232 is their telephone number. Call, make reservations, get more information, and find out what the value is on your property, and ask them to help you put together legislation that would eliminate, maybe for a short amount of time, the capital gains on real estate sales. So we might be able to light a fire under the economy here. Donna D, though, with those news. What's going on?
Governor Lulian Guerrero has until tomorrow to file her opposition in a lawsuit over unpaid attorney fees. AG Doug Moylan is suing the administration to force payments for legal contracts his office approved. A judge granted the governor an extension despite objections from the AG. The legal dispute involves funding for several high-profile cases, including the island's abortion ban. Meanwhile, Senator Will Parkinson has introduced a bill to keep protective orders active after an offender leaves prison. The law would automatically extend protections that might otherwise expire while a criminal is behind bars. It also allows judges to issue new orders during sentencing for abuse and stalking cases. Advocates say the goal is to prevent retaliation during the high-risk re-entry period. And GCC has opened a new workforce development center in Barrigada to boost local job training. The facility offers programs in construction, maritime transportation, and ship repair. President Mary Okada says the center aims to prepare residents for well-paying careers and reduce the need for off-island workers. This project is the latest step in modernizing the college's campus. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Okay, gotcha. Just FYI, no school in the Department of Education today, with the exception of John F. Kennedy High School, Simon Sanchez High School, Ukadu High School, and FBLG Middle School. Those facilities are open for business today. Some of you are listening going, what? Wait, what we told you last week, and I'm just filling in some spots here. 7:36 in the morning. There's still time to get them cleaned up. You know what? Just let them go to school dirty. The chances are that we wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Everybody's got the air cons are on. Have you ever passed by?
The bubble gum in
you
the
ever passed by John F. Kennedy High School at at the end of the school day? You get these kids coming out and they're wearing like hoodies and jackets.
It's cold in
there.
there.
It must be freezing in there. The colder it is, the less likely you are to smell your stink or somebody else's. Just it's physics, it's biology, it's nature. So you know what? If you're listening to this and going, holy hell, he just said that FBLG is open for business today. We got to get the kids to school. Go ahead and get them to school, and don't worry about the way they smell. It won't affect it won't, trust me, it won't fall back on you. A lot of kids go to school stinky anyway, right? You remember? Allegedly clean. I don't know. There used to be a smell at Cathedral Grade School. I remember, first couple of years there, the students would leave in the afternoon. There'd be new students coming in the afternoon, and I don't know where the heck they came from, but it smelled like they were playing outside a lot, if you know what I mean. So studio time, 7:37. Look at what's going on in the market. Do I got time for that, Real Joe? Just be fast. Yeah. Just fast, because the markets did actually open up, and now they're closed because it's Sunday back in stateside. But I thought maybe I'd give you an idea of where the numbers went. A little bit disappointing most of last week. We got the American markets that were down. Looks like there might be a little bit of a recovery with the S&P 500 up by a dozen or so points. Dow Jones Industrial Average picked up 319 points, and the NASDAQ down, but only by about 6. So, a little bit of a mixed closure. But outside of the Dow, looks like everything should be okay. Looks flat to me, if you will. FTSE is up by 19 points. I got the Nikkei unchanged, around 50,000 shares traded. Hang Seng Index is up by 707 points. Shanghai Index up by about 4. Misery Index down by half a point, and the DAX picked up 48 in trade. So Dow looks like the biggest winner. That is being buoyed here by United Health, Chevron Corporation, Boeing, Verizon, and there's Walt Disney again. IBM, Goldman Sachs, Walmart, Merck & Company, and American Express round out the bottom of the Dow here today. Let me see. What have I got for commodities? Oil, $57.32 right now for a barrel of American oil. $57.41 yesterday. We'll watch and see what's going to be happening with the price of West Texas here over the next little bit. I think the impact of Noriega, Maduro's ouster led by the United States of America and our Department of Justice, Department of Police here, looks like that has not had an immediate impact on the price of oil worldwide. But like I said, we'll keep an eye on that. Question: What kind of money do they use in Venezuela? Is that like a peso or something?
No.
Should we be buying that? I'm just saying,
their currency.
So between the Venezuelan money and the Iranian money, and both of them are victims of hyperinflation. Should we be buying reals? Should we be buying Venezuelan money here, knowing that there's a pretty good chance that before too much longer that hyperinflation will end in those countries, and maybe with I don't want to say regime change, but with significant and tectonic enough changes there, is it possible that there might be a couple of dollars to be made on the increasing value of those currencies? I don't know. I don't generally play in that arena. Got gold at $4,326 for an ounce of gold, if that's where you're headed. Silver at $71 and about a penny. A penny. It's been in my head. It's been in my head. Yeah. So I got my hands on a couple of 2025 pennies. Thank you, Smug Wimp. I appreciate that. And thinking about these, the value of these things. There was the U.S. Mint announced recently that they were doing auctions of these special Omega coins that they had kind of printed. They minted these coins with the Omega symbol on them, signifying the end of the minting of the pennies in the United States of America. Couldn't buy them direct. You had to go in and auction, and I'm told that the auction numbers were significant. 20 away from the top of the hour. A couple of the other numbers that we like to look at if you're doing some traveling. Yen is flat at 156. Philippine peso likewise flat at 58.8. Speaking of Philippine money and Philippine people, out in the Bicol. Am I saying that right? B-I-C-O-L, Bicol, is that how it's pronounced in Philippines? Bicol. Anyway, we got somebody on the line here from there on the YouTube side. Let me see if I can pronounce this correctly. Kalingap Vilma Tintanod. Does that make sense to anybody?
Total sense.
Yes, okay. I just wondering what that is. Says, hi, Idol. Good morning. Watching from Bicol in the Philippines, and I appreciate you doing that. They chimed in about 6:30 in the morning, which would make it about 4:30 in the morning in the Philippines, to which I say, we're that good that people wake up early or stay up late in order to catch the Ray Gibson Show in real time in PI or PH, however you want to pronounce it. And the South Korean won at 1,442 is 1,444 the other day. Bitcoin number was, last time I looked at it, 88. We'll just call it 88 straight. What is it this morning, Joe?
It's 91.
No.
Yeah, 91,280.
Wow. Maybe does that have to do with Maduro or Iran or anything important?
Maybe.
Right?
Possibly. It's a bolivar, actually.
It's a what?
Bolivar.
Oh, that's the money they use.
That's the currency.
Okay,
so
wait. So do we have a number? Do we have a... Hold on. Now, I'm going to look that up. So how many bolivars to USD bolivar... exchange rate. Okay, let's see what we get here. How much is $1 worth in Venezuela today? 304 of these bolivars, you say?
Yes.
Okay. Did you just make that up?
Can I borrow you a bolivar?
No,
I did not. It's there, right? You see it, bolivar.
Okay.
Exchange
All
rate.
right. So exchange rate ball 304.
Money.
.3. So should we be buying at 304, or is that? Does it? I don't know. Like I said, it's a forex space, and I don't generally play there unless I'm doing some traveling. 7:43 in the morning. Donity taking care of the news. We already did that. I'll look at traffic and more after these important messages.
This February, skip the roses and give them a night they'll never forget. It's Subscribe to Love, happening February 13th, 2026, at the stunning Leo Palace Resort.
She's my sunshine in the rain.
Starring two of the smoothest voices on the internet, Jeremy Passion and Gabe Bunda.
Your fingers cross mine.
Together for one unforgettable night of music, vibes, and island romance. Couples, singles, and a whole squad. This is your Valentine's celebration. Tickets available now at guamtime.net. Make this Valentine's weekend unforgettable. Get set to subscribe to love.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
It's true. It says here, 744 Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys and girls over at Beyond the Box, first floor of the Micronesia Mall. And among the things that I like about them is that they got a guy. They got a guy there. I change up the phones on a regular enough basis. The last time was because I dropped it and something inside went sideways. And I needed to get it replaced. And so I went to Beyond the Box, got myself a new phone from there. And the first thing they did, they didn't even take it out of the box yet. First thing they get, it says, this is the best bumper that we have. It's the best case that we have. And you can drop your phone from the top of the PDN building, and there shouldn't be any damages to it. And you need a new screen protector as well. So we're going to give you the toughest screen protector that we have that is also privacy enabled, which is absolutely fantastic for a lot of different reasons. In fact, the only time that I don't like the privacy protection intersection on my screen protector from Beyond the Box is when I'm trying to show the lady over at Shell what my Pacific Points thing is. You got to hold it exactly right in front of the camera for it to be red. But other than that, it's very, very cool, and nobody else can see what I'm looking at or what I'm creating with my grok. 7:45 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Is on the phone. Is every time to go to phone or what? Traffic next?
We got traffic.
Well, let's do traffic. Thank you for the reminder about what we're supposed to be doing here. All right, it's 7:45, drive time, as it were, on Guam. Is it feeling like drive time? Oh, yes, we've returned. We've returned to regular drive time hell, ladies and gentlemen. Even though there's not a whole lot of schools that are open today, you're still going to run into traffic over at Ipao getting into Sang Song. Likewise, southern traffic on that road going fairly slow, and it's not going to open up until you're past the Micronesia Mall, intersection at 1 and 3. Busy, looks like a lot of traffic trying to get out from the that area up around the hospital towards Marine Corps Drive. You will run into traffic over at the Micronesia Mall. Likewise, running into traffic over at the Harmon Loop intersection with the Mickey D's down there. As I said, changing of the guard, changing of the homeless down there. Same sign. They just transfer the sign from one guy to the next, and then they move on. Southbound from there to 8, 10, and 16. Not so bad here this morning. It's just a little bit of traffic over there. It looks like slower traffic on the Wendy's side. 10 and 15, busy on the church side. And then what do we got here? Nothing major down in Ta'i, and the usual slowdowns on Route 4 into downtown Agutnia. The usual slowdowns around the Tidzin intersection on Route 8. Doesn't look like there's any dogging out traffic over at Payless. Oh, my God. I got to Payless over the weekend, bro, right underneath the infusion sign, parked right underneath it. Yeah.
Blessings from above.
It was terrific, and there was somebody had already left a shopping cart right there.
Nice.
Yeah. And so this would be the part where anybody else would say, it was only another 3 or 4 steps, and they could have just put it back in the cart path. They could have done that. I don't know why. There's people just lazy. I'm like, thank you very much for leaving that right in front of where I'm parking, so I don't need to go and pull the thing out from the back. Thank you. Appreciate it. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, speaking of infusion, looks like it busies up a little bit over at Polaris Point and on your way into Big Navy in Sumai. 7:47, that's all the traffic you need. This is The Point.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original Cover Girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the Queen of Dance, EDM, and Freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net.
11 minutes away from 8 o'clock in the morning, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, there's already a line over at the Guam Election Commission on the screen online. There's Mateo Mortera and John Savar, senatorial hopefuls for the 39th Guam legislature, want to be first in line to pick up their packets. And before I get to the conversation with which line is Sean on?
Line 1.
Line 1. The chairman of the Republican Party of Guam, a.k.a. Senator Sean Gumatauta, on the line right now. Letter to the editor that was penned over the weekend should be posted before too much longer. If it's not in today's papers, I'd be surprised. Is a call to all voters on Guam to get involved, get registered, and to get out there and vote. Interesting note that you are making here. Since the start of the new millennium, some 25 years ago, local elections have seen low voter turnout. Sean Gumatauta on the line. Buenos and Hafa Day, welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning, Ray. How are you?
Happy New Year. I'm absolutely terrific. You know what? Notwithstanding anything going on around here with the political gossip and gossip in general, I tell you what we witnessed in Venezuela over the weekend, what we were witnessing late last week and into the weekend in Iran is nothing short of breathtaking and inspiring.
Right, and I think that when I hear some of those folks on the other side clamoring and why?
Ignore them.
Think about the deaths of family or friends from drugs that came from that regime, and not the leadership of the country, but this group there. And yes, thank you, Mr. President, for your work.
I'm digging what I'm seeing in Iran for a variety of reasons. One of them is because people are taking personal stock and claiming their freedom and claiming their ability to restore their government one way or the other. Now, I'm not crazy that they're restoring it into the Shah, into the monarchy, but anything has got to be better than what they've been living under for the last 43 years.
That's right. I think it was when I was a little boy, maybe when I was born. That's how long that they haven't been able to control maybe their democratic government, and that's another development happening today.
But tectonic, though, if you think about it,
Yes.
you know, Reagan used to talk about the axis of evil with the Chinese Communist Party and the Russians and the Iranians. Wouldn't it be interesting at this point in our lives where all of a sudden they weren't a part of the axis of evil? Can you imagine the prosperity a peaceful Middle East could bring?
And it's interesting you mentioned China, as China is making its foothold here across the Pacific. I think that there are a lot of eyes are open. What happened this weekend at the direction of the President of the United States of America, I think all of our adversaries are on notice today.
He said so in that speech. I was watching that last night, and I couldn't. His tempo, and I couldn't adjust it on the TV. Was just way too slow for me to keep track of, and it was making me crazy. At any rate, the Republican Party of Guam pushing this letter to the editor out, basically saying, "Get out there and let your voice be heard on August the 1st of 2026." Although is that the first of it? Yeah, that's the primary election.
Absolutely, and I think it's important, Ray, as we are already in that season already. So it makes sense to start thinking about registering to make sure you plan and vote. I think that for across our community, I think you've seen, or we have all seen, the contrast in the work of respective parties. And yeah, I know that the independents are going to be listening now and going like, what about us? And we're just like, hey, today and what we have today in our political system, we have two parties that are doing their jobs. You can judge for yourself if they're doing good or bad. And I think that for all of us, it's important that we start making those efforts. If you're gonna get your new license, register to vote. If you haven't registered, you can do it online. It's so much easier today, Ray, than it's ever been. And I think, and as a guy who worked at the court, I'm not a fan of the let me get out of jury duty. I think that that has a purpose, and people are saying I don't want to drive because I might get called, or I shouldn't register because I might get called. Well, if you get a license, you're going to get called too. So it's not like, hey, you're out of the woods. We have a lot of things that we need to do in our community, and the biggest thing that we can do is to vote.
Find a way to get people as involved as possible. We clamor and rail in the private sector, against the decisions that are made sometimes over at the legislature and by the governor. The only way that's going to change, unfortunately, is not going to change with the membership of the Chamber of Commerce or the many Rotary clubs that we've got here on Guam. Is a challenge now to businesses, business owners, managers, etc., to get their employees politically motivated. You've got to get them, give them an understanding of their stake in the game here, and why we need to have a private sector that is strong. There's more employees in the private sector of Guam than there are in the government of Guam. It's just that
60,000, Ray.
Yes,
we need amen. I think as we're starting the cycle, as my chairman hat on, I'm not gonna pull the wool over your eyes. I talked to the groups and I said, you guys got to get active. Initially, this is before I became senator, and then when I asked them to help me with the rollback, guess what? They turned that around. I think they can sense that, hey, listen, we got to be more active. We need to be more part of our representative government, and I think that you're going to see a big switch I think, from the private sector in encouraging it. And you know what? They love their friends and family in the government.
Of course.
Sector, trust me. They
Well,
do.
they're the
And they
customers.
support
They're
them.
customers,
yeah,
too.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of them. 60,000. That's a lot of people to be out there voting, and we need to get every single person to register. Because of that 60,000, not everyone's registered, but we got to get them to register.
Well, look, if the governor can, some people are saying violate the Hatch Act by having a letter go out to the ratepayers
I
of
have
the
a
Guam
letter.
Power
Can
Authority.
I send one to them too?
Exactly.
Can I do one? Love Sean. I put at the bottom. I would love to.
It's a political hit piece, and what I consider to be a half-truth about them going to the bond market. They got to borrow from the bond market for the infrastructure out in Manilao, to which I say, what about the infrastructure down in S. Lucas Telefofo? What about the infrastructure on Cross Island Road?
Also, I just was looking at the Guam Court's website over the weekend of the last couple of weeks, anticipating that the Supreme Court was going to act on a governor's ask. Nothing. And so I wonder, is the executive branch going to engage? If it's such a problem, if it's such an issue, please, walk upstairs, third floor, go up to the clerk's office, submit your request to the Supreme Court, and then to some kind of emergency. And then let's make this work. I think I offered it up late last year. Let's do it again.
Yeah,
ask them.
Yeah,
walk down up the street.
The only way to play is by their rules. And when they sent down legislation to the legislature, only 2 people voted to support it, which is my sign that it was a flawed measure. Only Senator Will Parkinson and Tina Munoz Barnes voted in support of that legislation that would have removed the legal authorities and responsibilities of the Attorney General to review all of these contracts.
I'll borrow Senator Chris Duenas' line, I don't have a black robe. And I'm not going to decide that.
Appreciate all of that.
That's not our job. That's not our job.
So you've got work to do today. I talked to Vince, and he's not going to be first in line over at the Election Commission State Funeral today. And appreciate you taking care of all of those duties. And we'll be looking for you maybe lunchtime, I suppose, over at the Election Commission. Or are you going to do it online? You going to do it online?
I did it. I did it online. So I'm curious how if I'm going to get one at 8:00. But I was listening to Maria earlier, and we're also going to engage Maria at our meetings, at the state central meetings of the Republican Party of Guam. We're excited. We'll probably have a primary for governor. We'll have a primary for Congress. I think we're up to maybe 18 or 18 plus going in for running for senator. So I'm excited as a chairman. We got a lot of interest. We have just a lot of eyes on this election, and I'm very excited. And again, it's that contrast in leadership, and I think the people of Guam are very surely tired of what they've seen over the last 7+ years. They need to time to move on.
It's 7:58 and change. Tattoo Sean, I'm going to let you run here. I want to bring in a live broadcast, a live report from the Guam Election Commission right now, so I'll let you run. Estamigo, from the Guam Election Commission, Senator John Savares.
Good morning, Ray, Donna, Joe, Point Familia. I'm actually out here at the Election Commission with 3 other candidates on the Republican slate, Mateo Lucero, Rich Taitino, Alex Duenas, and myself.
Nice.
We're all here ready, eager to pick up our packets and get this campaign season running for the Republican Party, as well as for the people, actually especially for the people of Guam. All of us have we're ready to put our platforms out there. We're ready to hit the ground running. And on the first day of pickup, we're here, here ready to serve the people of Guam and get our messaging across.
Right. Okay, so one of the things I want you to take note of, because you are picking it up in person, that means that you're going to get the lecture, and I want you to take a look at that packet and see just how much of it you should eliminate as we move forward. First thing that we need to have a conversation about is making it easier for independent characters to vote. Not everybody is the beloved children of either the Republican or Democrat Party, and nor do they align with those values 100%. So I think we need to make it easier for independent voices to run for office, and voter initiatives should be treated a whole lot easier. It should be able to make our own voters should be able to cast their own kind of initiatives to get all of that stuff done. And then just look at all the paperwork in that packet that could be eliminated and nobody would even notice. Can you do that for me?
Absolutely, and actually, it's not a dialogue that we should eliminate. And I think Auntie Maria Pangilinan and the GEC staff have done such a great job over the years. But we need to make it easier for, just like a lot of other things in the government.
Make it easy for people to be. You should be able to do that as easy as it is to get a marriage license. I appreciate the report from the Election Commission. I got a breakaway at 8 o'clock. You're welcome to call back in the program now that after you've gotten all of the paperwork. But we got a breakaway for Fox News.
Following his capture by the U.S. military, but his legal problems may just be starting.
Ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro will be arraigned tomorrow in federal court at noon Eastern. He'll be driven there from this federal detention facility where he's currently behind bars. Since he's arrived here, we've seen both protest and celebration outside this prison. Hundreds last night waving Venezuelan flags and people cheering for Maduro's downfall as he arrived at the Metropolitan Detention Center. But today, another gathering. Protesters chanting, "Release Maduro right now," and condemning the U.S. military action that got us to this point.
Fox's CB Cotton in Brooklyn, New York. So, did Congress actually need to know about the Venezuelan operation before the first strike? There is some disagreement on that on Capitol Hill.
The chair of the House Intelligence Committee, Rick Crawford, on Fox's Sunday Morning Future said this operation in Caracas was not for hunting enemy combatants.
There was no congressional notification requirement here because this was a law enforcement action.
Crawford said that maintains operational security, but a Democratic member of the House Intel Committee, Ami Bera, said on Fox News Sunday, now that the operation is done, the administration needs to explain the plan on Capitol Hill.
You can't undo the past, so it really is about what comes next and how do you stabilize Venezuela.
Bera said that will be important if there are any plans for military troops on the ground. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The number of dead now rising in Iran amid riots over the collapse of that regime's currency. State media say at least 2 more people were killed when a grenade exploded during overnight protests. At least 10 people have died since Thursday. Dozens of protesters arrested. America is listening to Fox News.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Celebrating the 176-year anniversary of American President Lines, APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and are here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL, global presence with a local home.
Flights to the Caribbean canceled and or delayed Saturday after the U.S. captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Fox's Madison Scarpino was at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta.
People are describing certain airports yesterday as pure chaos. Flights were canceled to and from places like Puerto Rico, Aruba, the Virgin Islands, and more. And the Caribbean is a top destination this time of year, according to AAA. Here's one Puerto Rican man who was stranded at a Florida airport with his mom yesterday, just trying to get home.
The part that was worrying me more was that my mother could run out of her medications.
Since the airspace is now reopened, major airlines like Southwest and United are working on adding additional flights in the coming days to help accommodate stranded travelers. And other airlines like Delta and JetBlue say they're expecting to operate its normal Caribbean schedule.
At least 743 flights are delayed, 26 canceled, according to FlightAware. At least 30 villagers reported killed, several others missing. This after gunmen raided a village in northern Nigeria's Niger state. The gunmen storming the village in the Borgul local government area on Saturday night and opening fire on residents. Meantime, national security advisors from Europe and other allied countries met in Kyiv Saturday as a U.S.-led diplomatic push to end the war war in Ukraine intensifies. President Volodymyr Zelensky saying Ukraine has now shared all proposed documents, including security guarantee plans, with advisors from at least 18 other countries. And a deadly drug-resistant fungus is spreading rapidly through U.S. hospitals and healthcare facilities. The CDC calls the Candida auris the urgent threat, with about 7,000 cases ID'd nationwide last year and infections reported in at least 60 different countries. I'm Paul Stevens. This is Fox News.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
They sold out due to popular demand, and now the Wendy's chicken tenders are back. We're talking that crispy, seasoned breading on the outside, that juicy, all-white meat chicken on the inside. The premium tenders you couldn't stop craving are officially back in action, and you know you've got to dunk them. Try the new signature and scorching hot dip cups, now nearly double the size for maximum dunkability. The tenders you missed are back to crunch harder, dip bigger, and make your day way happier. Catch them while you can. Gotta be Wendy's.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chelon, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Today it's 8:07. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The Supreme Court has upheld the convictions of Jared John Santos for a 2018 drive-by shooting in Agate. Santos was found guilty of aggravated assault and illegal firearm possession for the shooting that left a man wounded in the abdomen. The High Court rejected an appeal that questioned why police were allowed to testify about a security video that was lost and deleted. Detectives had viewed the footage at a gas station, but it was overwritten by the security company before it could be saved. The justices ruled that because the government did not destroy the original video in bad faith, the witness testimony was allowed. Meanwhile, it's a busy week ahead for senators. The legislature starts this morning with a memorial service for the late Senator Carmen Kasperbauer at 10 o'clock. On Wednesday, a public hearing will address a resolution to stop federal plans for deep-sea mining near Guam. Senators will also hold a final hearing on chemical contamination in the island's water supply. Thursday's schedule includes a debate on extending cannabis testing exemptions from 2 to 5 years. The week wraps up Friday with a major oversight hearing on GPD. This hearing will focus on the department's budget, empty job positions, and the status of employee morale. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Public Health says child care funding for the island has not been affected by a federal payment freeze. The Trump administration recently halted payments to all states while it investigates fraud cases in Minnesota. Federal officials now require states to provide photos and receipts as evidence before sending money. But local officials confirm they have not received any notice of payment interruptions for Guam. Public Health says it is confident that its internal processes follow all federal protocols. The department remains committed to maintaining program integrity and transparency to ensure local child care centers continue to receive their necessary funding. And Guam is launching a 2026 blueprint to turn drone and robotics manufacturing into the island's next major industry. A key part of this move is local entrepreneur Charlie Hermosa, who is shifting his company, Bella Wings Aviation, toward local production and technical training. Hermosa says the goal is to prove Guam can compete in advanced manufacturing rather than just using imported technology. He believes on-island assembly and repair will make Guam indispensable to regional defense and construction sectors. He is expected to announce a new partnership in the coming days to scale these operations and grow a skilled local workforce that outlasts the military buildup. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Those are the top stories? Yeah. There's another story that everybody's...
Wow, you sounded so excited.
Well, no, I just...
Yeah,
because I want to read I'm going to I don't want to I'm going to read the story as was posted in Pacific Island Times, because apparently that's the only place where you're going to get this story. Yeah, that one because it's what is interesting. From a perspective, nobody likes to hear anything about domestic violence at any level in our society. It's just something that we've got to deal with. What is interesting though is that it was there and then it's not there. It was posted and then it was taken down, and nobody else seems to be curious about running the story. I am, so I'm going to read what I can, which will be the story in Pacific Island Times. Although I am waiting for a magistrate report to come out that might perhaps give other details, because it seems to me some of the screen caps that I saw of the Guam news story seem to fill in a little bit more detail. But anyway, you can decide for yourself one way or the other how it's going to go, but I want you to be at least, at the very least, aware of it. 8:11 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Somebody talking about weather. Gorgeous sunrise about 6:45 this morning on the eastern side of the island. That's where Jeff's Pirates Cove is, and that's where Jeff from Jeff's Pirates Cove took this picture. And maybe the thing is, maybe he wants you to go and entice you to go and find a breakfast over at the place when they get open, or stick around for, what do they do on Mondays? Like Meaty Mondays or something like that? And just here's a lot of protein between some buns. Showers likely today, it says. Cloudy with highs near 87 degrees. Let me check the radar and see if we got anything more by way of clouds that are coming in. I see some different echoes in there, but not a whole lot by way of major cloud cover that I can see on the radar. Of course, I'm not a trained meteorologist. I like to look at pictures. East-northeast winds today up to about 18 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy tonight with overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Things ought to be clearing up over the next couple of days. Partly sunny with highs near 87 tomorrow, and by Wednesday, mostly sunny skies with highs near 87 degrees. So if you did not get any, if you did not, oh man, and why didn't you? Oh my God, the grill mark capabilities over the weekend were just spectacular. Gorgeous morning Saturday at EPAL. Gorgeous morning yesterday down at EPAL, and I'm not even the first down there. There's a bunch of people already getting in the water and getting their aerobics on, and there's always somebody doing a little bit of a screamer on the side. And just people going and getting a morning swim. I like to be there when people show up to get their morning shower. That's another. It's kind of another treat for folks down in the EPOW area. And again, there was the guy when I got there. I love the story. When I got there yesterday. They're just little brown birds that we have just flitting around the beach, looking for scraps that somebody might have left overnight, and that was it. And then there's a guy, and he shows up, and I don't know what it was that keyed the birds, but the guy, maybe they saw his tattoos. Maybe they saw the bag of bread in his hands, because this guy's carrying the bread out towards the ocean, because I think it was feeding the fish day, and all of a sudden the gathering of the pigeons. And there must have been 300 pigeons that were trying not to look like they were following him. It's like, hey, we're not following you. It's okay. We're just going to hang out and over here on this side of the beach until it looks like you might be throwing some breadcrumbs, and then there's going to be a full pile on with the birds. It's absolutely a gorgeous thing. And as I mentioned, in a previous broadcast, I've heard that the guy is going to be leaving and take that hobby with him. And it seems to me a great endeavor for some somebody over at GVB to continue on his behalf. Just go out there and, hit up one of the bakeries, give me a couple of things, a day-old bread and rolls, whatever it is that you're not selling, and take it out there and feed the birds on a regular basis, regular enough for the tourists to know that this bird feeding spectacular is going on down there. He did not do that yesterday while I had my camera out, so I'll have to go back next week. 8:14 on the Ray Gibson Show. Sunset tonight should be about 6:07. I think that's plenty of weather here on The Point. Be right back.
Travel goals unlocked. Whether it's Korea in the summer or Japan in the fall, the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help you turn your urge to explore into your next boarding pass. Apply by October 31st, 2025, and if approved, earn 45,000 bonus miles when you spend $2,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Unlock your next adventure with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
It's my turn again. 8:15 Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
I just got a WhatsApp, and I love it when I get WhatsApps with the line that says, "You didn't get this from me." Quarter after 8 o'clock in the morning, 888-8255-888-TAL. Okay, so I was at the beach, you guys sitting around and getting done with my run. I got my headphones, my little Shocks headphones from Beyond the Box, and I'm playing around with the Spotify looking for a particular tune. I didn't find the one that I was looking for, but the one I did find was an old track from the Jacksons called "Blame It on the Boogie," and I love that song, and I immediately thought of Tello Taitagui, who used to sing that song in the Roberto Fraccassini band and Top of the Reef in the Reef Hotel. It feels like a long, long time ago, but it only feels like that if you think about it, because otherwise, I'm sure we're the same. Everything feels like it was just yesterday. Like 2 weeks ago, we were at Captain's, right?
Oh, absolutely. Good morning, Ray, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, I mean, I was waiting for you to play the song, "Blame It on the Boogie." God,
great too. And then back to back. So when Tello wasn't with the band singing, then Jimmy Espaldon was the DJ there.
That's right. That's right. He came in about maybe 6 months after I'd been singing there, and the place got hopping and popping, back in the 70s. So they needed the downtime we took on our breaks. People still wanted to dance, so they brought in Jimmy, and he did such a great job, getting everybody maintained on that floor. There was never an empty floor up there.
Oh, it was incredible times. You were there when Mariano Cruz was the bouncer, weren't you? Old MC Cruz?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's the same time as the Casuals when they came downstairs to the Century, remember? They opened up the Century downstairs when the Casuals came back, and they were gigging down there late 70s. And then they moved to the Odyssey. Remember the Odyssey?
I do remember the Odyssey. Zenon Ballinger was the bouncer. Zenon Ballinger was the bouncer, and he wouldn't let me in. Because he knew I was like 16.
He knew you were underage.
Yeah, he knew I was underage. But no. They had a dress code at the old Odyssey. I'm sorry, we were going to talk about marijuana, et cetera, in a second. But back in the old days, they used to have a dress code at the clubs, believe it or not, and you could not go into the Odyssey if you were wearing jeans. And they might be the most expensive jeans in the world. The chick jeans or whatever, that you got from what is it, the closet in a Ganya, right, GQ or whatever. It didn't matter. Right. He would not let you in if you were wearing jeans. He wanted to keep the place classy.
Or Zori's. We couldn't come in with Zori's either. Yeah, I remember the days. Everybody had their platform, and you could tell. obviously tell if somebody was wearing Zorries because everybody's wearing these high platform shoes that were 5 inches tall. Everybody was 5 inches taller back in the day.
It was crazy, crazy times. God, Odyssey and all the bars that we used. God, we really literally grew up in the best Guam. 8:19 in the morning. And I wanted to say we'll get some solid memories out for you here this morning, and then what I would hope because they made the change out of Washington D.C. And I think there's been enough time since the changes to the schedule for marijuana have been made by the President of the United States of America so that after some careful analysis, we might be able to take a look at some of what has been written into our laws via the Cannabis Control Board and figure out what we still need and what we don't need anymore. Do we need to have something as sophisticated and unscaled as the system that we have, or can we let the free market do what it should do?
Yep. Well, you know that's a whole different arena, that would go under medical, medicinal cannabis, which has its own governing commission, and they have their own, with their board. They also have guidelines and rules and regulations. The weight of this, all is going to be done in that perspective. So when you're going from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3, a lot of things are going to be able to change, so I'm glad they're finally seeing that, from the FDA. And even if you Google it, saying that it's non-helpful medically and is addictive. And we've come to realize after many, many, studies and as time moving on, we're finding out, no, it has great medical assistance for people who are suffering from seizures, people who are going through chemo and need to eat, cancer, helping cancer patients, as well as the addictiveness. Well, there are more addictiveness in sugar, eating sugar, than it is in cannabis that they're finding. You've got these steps on addictiveness. So that perspective on cannabis, medical cannabis, is totally a different arena. What we're going to have on the roundtable discussion on January 8th is just the cannabis industry, the lab scenario. We're having a bill on that to extend for the lab to allow, the uses of cannabis. We're going to extend that another 3 years because nothing is moving. And we're also going to discuss with all these regulatory agencies what is the hurdle? Why has this not been off the ground? As well as hearing from the licensees.
Read it. Oh my God, it's do's and don'ts, and it's a lot of stuff that I don't think is applicable to a market our size. I mean, just the licensing. All of a sudden, we've got a platinum license that you've got to get to do anything, to apply for any of the roles and positions, in the cannabis game. I may be a little bit of prohibition, not I hate that word. Maybe a couple of hurdles, but I think that anybody on Guam ought to be able, if you can get a driver's license, if you can get a marriage license, you ought to be able to get a business license that will allow you to grow as much marijuana as you want to and market it any way you want to.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions for the regulatory agencies, to discuss with them why has it taken so long, and why is the last meeting that they've had was in February of 2025. That was the last meeting they had. So, a bunch of questions we'll be asking during that time. We'll talk with Department of Land Management on the zoning issue, the approval of GWA, which is an issue, approval of EPA. These seem to be areas that have barriers that are giving it much more difficult. We're looking at the status of the agreement on the metric, the company selected for the seed to sale program, asking a bunch of questions that we're going to reveal. And I really think, Ray, when the bill had a couple of rules and regulations that were not supported by industry, was not supported by some major board members, and yet it still went through. It went through by default. It didn't even go on the session floor for discussion. So there was a lot of issues that played a part in where we are today. And hopefully we can fix that and move the industry forward, especially with this thing that Trump now has gone from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. So this is going to be, I hope ease a lot of people's minds and not worry. We're looking at hemp, discussion on hemp as well, because some people are bringing hemp in at an illegal amount. The legal amount, I believe, is like 3 I think it's like 3.
Why would there be a guideline on that?
0.03 point on hemp. I can't remember exactly. Oh, yeah.
You don't get high on hemp.
THC. Yeah, but certain hemp products, that are selling or are being brought into Guam are above that. Now, that the farmers' bill that is changing that at the end of this year, or I think it is around October. So it's more like that's going to change, this ability to ship in, the hemp products or the THC standards. So that's going to be discussed too, because then all these stores here that are providing, medicinal help on THC, what the hemp products are producing to provide them, care and relief, may be jeopardized as well. So we're going to be more reliant on our local.
So here's where in my head, and I've talked about this before when it was a new thing, with a couple of weeks back when Trump finally made that move to reschedule marijuana. I talked to people, and I feel like it's the Stockholm syndrome, where they've been a prisoner of the anti-marijuana hype for so many years that they just can't get out from under it. They can't look at a rule or regulation and say that's no longer required, because they keep going, well, there was a reason that it was put there. Yeah, well, there's a reason what was put there was based on its schedule. And now it's a different schedule, and now we've got this whole new paradigm we've got to wrap our heads around, but people are still stuck in 1971 with reefer madness and all of that.
Yep. Yeah, I hear you.
And so we have to break through all of that. And that's, I'm not suggesting that we abolish the Cannabis Control Board. I'm not suggesting we eliminate completely the Cannabis Control Board Act. I think we need to go through that with a pencil, blue pencil, as Bob Klitsky used to say, and highlight the parts that are no longer required. What is the price should be treated like alcohol and cigarettes?
Yeah, and there were eraser on some of the areas that were ridiculous. Like you said earlier, this platinum kind of, cost and stuff like that. It makes it makes it ridiculously expensive, especially when people were first starting in on this 3 years ago. So many people have lost funding. They have rented space for a year trying to get the license, trying to move forward, and lost all that revenue for themselves, but they lost their savings. People, to open a business, it's a great sacrifice. You're putting out your savings, you're putting up your house sometimes as a second loan, mortgage, to be able to start a business up. And that business starts with, also hiring individuals that give that family the opportunity to be able to take care of, put food on their tables, right? So it's a lot of sacrifices, and it's a shame that we cannot help those individuals start this business to make sure the guidelines are there and it's safe for the community. That's my biggest thing, to ensure that, okay, we can move forward, we can make things happen, but is it safe? Is it going to be safe? Not everything's 100%, safety. You look at things that are legal right now, there are a lot of issues in that perspective, but we got to do the best we can to make it safe. We know that medicinal marijuana has been helping a lot of patients out there. You got individuals with PTSD that use this to calm them. You've got the byproducts from marijuana, the cannabis with hemp products that don't need a prescription. And people find it's a more natural substance. If you're going to put lotion on your skin, I'd rather put something more natural on your skin than something with all the chemicals that are used today, for the sake of, it's easier and cheaper to do it by adding like a chemical that's going to harm you.
Beef tallow. Try the beef tallow, Tello.
The beef tallow. Yeah.
No, I'm serious. There's a lot of people are trying to get away from seed oils and all kinds of harsh chemicals, and they're looking at going natural the same way that our grandparents and great parents they didn't have lotions in the store. If you want some kind of lotion, you make that out of beef tallow, and there are recipes out there, and people are actually marketing that kind of thing. And there's a call. Yeah, there's a call. Coconut oil. Why not? There's a call to go back to more natural products, and and now maybe we could be at the vanguard here of all of the research that they want to conduct. That's why they took it off of Schedule 1. Among the reasons was so that people could legally finally be able to start working with, testing, and researching the benefits of the cannabinoids and see if there's other things that we are missing right now. And there could be a whole lot more. I mean, people suffer from gout, or maybe you're not sleeping enough, or maybe you've got all these other issues, and you just need to sort it out, but you'd like it to be organized. Now we'll be able to do that. You reminded me a second ago about when about I don't know 5-6 years ago maybe when all of a sudden CBD derivatives became very popular here. Do you remember that? And I remember talking with Kathy Calvo one day. We were getting ready to do a run, and she was agitated because they had seized a whole shipment of these CBD oils. And there's nothing wrong with it. Didn't seem to violate any federal regulations. Certainly didn't violate any local regulations. But they were still confiscated, and it took act of God to be able to get it out from under the warehouses and put them back in the stores.
Yep, exactly. And you know what? The one thing that's important to when we're looking at more natural products is the shelf life is very short-lived, and it makes it even more difficult. And that's why it's so important that when we get some products from on Guam, we're getting it right then and there. The longevity is a lot better than if we were to get products from the States, where the shelf life is even more shorter than if you're going on natural. But yes, these CBD oils, I remember that. That was helping inflammation, anxiety, insomnia. I mean, this is something that I think the FDA has approved already, but there were no guidelines at that time. Remember?
I think they just kind of ignored that it was going on. Didn't want to necessarily get in the way of it. It was back in those kind of Biden, Obama feel years when people were still questioning whether or not they were or weren't going to do something with it. But finally, Trump got around to doing it. Tella, I know you got a busy day in front of you.
Oh yeah, but before I go, just want to give you some updates. Of course, the roundtable, please, for the cannabis Industry Act is on January 8th around 9 o'clock. We're going to get started. And if we have to, extend, of course, we'll move it forward. And then on January 14th, we have Bill 4, which is the minimum wage. Decided to have 2 hearings on this to allow, those workers to come in after, working hours. So the 14th will be in the morning, and then 23rd on January will be, 4 to 6 p.m. so that people can come in if they're working. I'd like to have 2 hearings on that one. And then I have the tentative, hopefully, because we had to reschedule on January 20th. It's not in my committee. It's the COLA task force. I've been pushing for this for quite a while to get a true cost of living adjustment for our retirees, which there are so many out there right now who are struggling. And, leaving Guam because of the cost of living here just does not match, any kind of adjustment they make. So that's on the 20th. And of course, on February 18th and 19th, take a look out. I've been tasked to oversee the MILA conference with Saipan, CNMI, and Guam, which will be in February 18th and 19th. So we're looking at 7 topic matters. One of them is the military buildup, along with the Jones Act, along with the medical referral. And
cabotage, do cabotage.
Yeah, cabotage, right. And then we also have, of course, I said the military buildup. The deep sea mining is also on the agenda.
I'm rolling my eyes as you say that. It's going to happen regardless of what we say or do.
Yep, there's a lot of information. I think that we're getting, everyone is really educating themselves on it, and we need to look at what's happening in the Cook Islands as well as American Samoa. These 2 areas, it hasn't really started yet. No, deep sea mining hasn't started in these other areas that they've been working on for over 3 years. So there's a lot of information that's coming out. I'm looking forward to this MILA conference. It'll be held in Saipan this year. Last term, 2 years ago, they came to Guam, and we held it here. So this year we'll be going to Saipan and collaborating. We have a lot of good speakers who are going to be on that one. So look out for all those things coming up.
I want to be a miner. I want to be a deep sea miner. That's what I want to do. I want kids and grandkids to be able to look at those career fields as an opportunity for them. And that's why I bristle at the idea that there's so many people that seem to be offhandedly against it just on general principles, even though it's something that might be of benefit to us in our industries here on Guam. What with nothing everything happening in the hospitality industry these days. Hey, I got to break away. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Please create a great new year, and please, everybody, say a prayer. Keep the people of Venezuela in your prayers. Things are progressing over there. And
their prayers have been answered, Tello. The people of Venezuela, they don't have any need to pray anymore. They just got to get rid of the regime that's in there now and oust the.
It's done peacefully. Hopefully, it's done peacefully, and there's no repercussions from it. So that's the prayers that we need for them. And yeah, I'm glad to see what was happening in Venezuela, but there are repercussions. So please keep those people in your prayers, and let's create a great new year with. Lots of good health out there, everybody.
All right.
Without your health, you have nothing.
I got you. That's why you see me running all the time. I'll check you later. 8:34 in the morning. There's Senator Tello Taitzagui, 38th Guam Legislature. As I say, fairly busy day in front of them. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines. If you're ready for, I don't know if I've got celebrity birthdays and crap to celebrate today. I think I got rid of all of that on Friday last week. So I might go in and read. I've got a copy of the magistrate report. That came out based on information gleaned from the scene by the members of the police department having to do with Jamie Shimizu Cook and her arrest January 1st of 2026, approximately 4:05 a.m. I'll read to you the entire narrative from the police department on the other side of news and headlines with Donna D. That ought to be worth waiting for. And the news coming up after these.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mescla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mesclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Studio time is 8:36. 888-8255-888. TALK is the telephone number on the Guam Election Commission's website. At this time, it is now live. Click here to request a candidate packet for the 2026 election cycle. Likewise, underneath it, they're prepared the countdown to the elections as well. 207 days between now and the primary election. 301 days between now and the general election. For those of you that are new here, this is the way we do it. We use the primary elections, which frankly, in my mind, should be done by the actual parties themselves, but we make it a big deal here on Guam and whatever. So there's going to be a primary where the parties' voters will determine who are going to continue on to the general election. So there's many names now out there for senator. There's many names out there for governor, and maybe a lot of names out there for even, is it the attorney general? Are they going to be part of this one? I forget how they conduct that particular race. But yeah, it's possible that there might be some whittling down, if you will, of some characters and an idea for a lot of people whether or not they got the juice, whether or not they've got the political capital to keep going to the big game, again, which will be Tuesday, November the 3rd of 2026. So if you're interested, and we love to see at the end of the days who are among the first to pick up their packets or get them digitally. We'll keep track of all of this as we go on. It's 8:38 in the morning, the last big look at news and headlines with Donna D. Donna, what's going on? Big stories.
The murder trial for John Mike Mulianga will continue tomorrow in Superior Court. Prosecutors may rest their case after deciding whether to call the island's medical examiner to the stand. The defense plans to use a forensic expert to argue that Mulianga did not cause the victim's death in 2021. He has not confirmed yet if he will take the stand to testify in his own defense. Meanwhile, the AG's office is delaying the formal contract for new GDOE Superintendent Judy Wampat. AG Doug Moylan says a staff shortage and a funding feud with the governor are slowing down the review process. The Education Board has named Wampat the acting superintendent until the paperwork is finished. The governor's office says they cannot comment due to ongoing litigation. And car enthusiasts gathered in Jigo over the weekend to clean up the closed Guam International Raceway. The group cleared trash and brush from the 252-acre park to show support for reopening the facility. The track has been shuttered since 2023, leading to concerns about illegal street racing. Organizers are calling on the government to approve a new lease so the community can race safely. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, got you 8:39 in the morning, and received a copy of the affidavit of probable cause on an event that took place January 1st at about 3:40 in the morning. Joe, what's the rule?
Nothing good happens that late.
No, after 10 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
Officer Eric received a radio transmission from GPD dispatch of a disturbance at a residence in Salampago on the same date at about 3:55 a.m. Officers Eric and Christie arrived at the aforesaid address. Upon arrival, both officers observed a brown Lincoln Navigator with its headlights illuminated and partially on the roadway and in a yard. Officers observed a female person, later defined to be defendant Jamie, walk towards the Navigator, enter, and reposition the vehicle. Officers observed that the vehicle had sustained substantial front-end damage. Officers observed, further observed in this location, a white Yukon Denali bearing a temporary Guam driver's license plate, which was parked at the south side of the residence and which exhibited substantial damage to the driver's door and front left fender. Officers further observed a silver Kia near the southernmost end of the residential property that had significant rear end damage and was tilted downward over the ledge of the property, dangling precariously over the property below. The Kia was noted to have sustained rear end damage and damage to the undercarriage. Officer Ray met with the female witness and owner or operator of the Kia, Tayani, who informed the officer that around 1:20 a.m. she had received a text message from Joaquin, and that Joaquin inquired of Tehani as to where she was at and what she was doing. Tehani indicated that she responded that she was at the aforesaid residence location and she was not busy or going to bed so that he could come over and hang out with her. Tehani further indicated that shortly thereafter, Joaquin arrived at the residence and that together they went into one of the bedrooms of the residence, and after approximately 15 minutes of being in the bedroom, Tehani heard banging on the front door and loud yelling for Joaquin to come out of the residence. Tehani indicated that the person yelling and banging on the door was the defendant. Joaquin tried to communicate with the defendant while remaining inside the residence to calm down. However, the efforts failed. Tehani indicated the defendant then started crashing the Navigator into the Kia and the GMC. She stated that this caused Joaquin to exit the bedroom and residence to the exterior, that Tehani remained inside the bedroom. Officer Ray also met with Sage, who told Officer Cruz that this same date, about 3:20, his friend Joaquin arrived at his residence and began to hang out with Tehani in the bedroom on the second floor portion of the structure. Shortly thereafter, Sage reported that Joaquin's wife arrived at the residence in the Navigator and that he heard defendant calling out for Joaquin to come outside, contending that he was engaging in a marital affair with Tehani. Sage reported that he observed a defendant swinging strikes against Joaquin. Sage further observed defendant and Joaquin enter their respective vehicles and that Sage saw the Navigator suddenly drive forward and collide into the GMC. Sage further observed the Navigator reverse direction, running over and damaging a GTA pedestal. Sage then observed the Navigator motor forward and towards the left, striking the Kia and pushing it off the edge of the property line. Officer Ray spoke to Sage shortly thereafter, who informed Officer Ray that about 3:09 that same date, he heard the male and female person engaged in a shouting match on the exterior staircase of the residence. He stated that he then saw a physical altercation between Joaquin and the defendant. Officer Eric reported that on this same date, about 3:55, They interviewed Joaquin, who informed him that his spouse arrived at the residence aforementioned, which is the residence of his friend Sage, and then he went there to hang out with his friends. While at the location, Joaquin stated that his spouse, the defendant, arrived outside and began to honk her horn, calling for Joaquin to come outside. He stated that he went outside to try to calm his wife and that she struck him. Officer Eric reported, noting that Joaquin exhibited the following injuries, which said were caused by his wife. Is a small laceration of his upper lip, slight swelling on his upper lip, and round bite mark on his left forearm. Joaquin stated that while Joaquin was inside his GMC, the defendant rammed the driver's side of the vehicle with the Navigator, then rammed the Kia, pushing it partially over the edge. Based on the facts, Jamie was arrested January 1st, 2026 at 4:05 a.m., charged with aggravated assault as a second-degree felony, aggravated assault as a third-degree felony, family violence as a third-degree felony, criminal mischief, terrorist conduct, and assault. Now, these preliminary charges, they may add or drop as the case moves forward, and it is moving forward. The Assistant Attorney General and Chief Prosecutor of this case is Curtis C. Vandeveld, Esquire. And now you know, I think, as much as anybody else does on this particular case. I don't know if you need to know. I don't know if they need to know anything else. The governor of Guam is calling for, I forget what the language is. I might have to look it up in the other story. Yeah, privacy in the matter as well as it makes its way through the process. Questionable though in a lot of people's mind is why that story was put up by one of the members of the news family here on Guam, and then shortly thereafter pulled down. Studio time 8:45 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Thought I'd share that with you, and now you know, and we can all move forward with our lives and try not to be so judgy. Remember what we always say about glass houses. It's 8:45. Be right back.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime Event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend.
Studio time, 846, 888-8255, 888-TALK is my telephone number here at the radio station, 797-8255. That's the meme machine, and that's how we get a hold of things like magistrates' reports, etc. It's also a great way to send us some interesting pictures. Somebody sent me a picture of a bunch of carabaos out there, and I have no idea where the picture was taken. I need to get more information on it, and maybe a little bit more of a zoom in, because I couldn't tell when I was looking at them whether they were carabao or pigs until I kind of zoomed in on the thing as well.
Not women.
Don't you get me in trouble. Anyway, let's try not to get me sued. Lisa B. from the Guam Visitors Bureau on the line. Hey, Lisa, how you doing?
Hey, buenas and Happy New Year.
Oh, my God, yes, it is. How did it go last night over at the Sunday night market?
You know what? I wasn't there. I didn't happen to go last night, but the big feature was we co-opted with the farmers market, and so they were giving out fresh. They were sampling fresh produce, fresh fruit. So from all the live feed and the pictures that I saw, I believe the visitors and everybody kind of really enjoyed it. It was a really good feature, I thought, especially for our visitors who come in. They want to try this stuff.
I appreciate it.
Market.
I appreciate them putting it together because I do a little bit of running down in the Tumon area, and it's kind of nice. So I'll come down the hill over by the reef, and from the Weston intersection, I'm hauling ass down the hill, and I get to the opening, and where I normally go on the sidewalk on the Doucet side, on the outrigger side, I just stay on the road and run along with the guys that are setting up the tents and all of that, and knowing that I'm safe like I'm in God's pocket because it's closed up. It's my favorite. It's my favorite part. Are they changing the times on that? I might have asked you this question at one point or another, but are they going to change the setup times?
The road closure times we're narrowing it down. We knock off a couple hours because if you remember, it used to be 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. the next day, and so now we're as things get easier and things that we streamline it, we have knocked off hours, and so I believe the road closes something more like 8 o'clock, and then we're trying to get it towards 10 o'clock. That's what our goal is for this year, so that we don't have to close it off, for a whole.
I think it was about 7.
24 hours.
I think it was about 7 yesterday when that's when I ran through it around 7, maybe 7:15, and they'd already closed the thing off. So, but at any rate, it is what it is. I mean, there's people calling saying, that I've seen on social media suggesting that it go down in the Tumon area, maybe Governor Joseph Flores Park, right behind your place over at GVB. But as much as I like that area, it lacks the whole kind of, I don't know, Pleasure Island
vibe.
Experience.
It's a vibe.
There's a different vibe.
And this is, this is just, there are a lot of little businesses around, the area, and it kind of helps, liven things up. I mean, we have considered, and we get this question a lot about why can't we put it at EPOW? Well, many of our other events, other signature events, are at EPOW. And right. It is. We've discussed it. We've discussed it. We've thought about how it would work out there, and the layout, logistics, and everything. What we were trying to do, it was a street party, just like this, street fair, and so this would be the street, and so far, it has been working out well for everybody. For everybody is enjoying it. All the locals are enjoying it. All the visitors are enjoying it. And I know that, there are folks who live behind. We try to ease their access so that they can get in and out without any problems. We've been working to open up a little bit so that the Doucet Beach and the Doucet Tawny and those hotels have access, and Mr. Mark Baldiga down there also, so we're trying to minimize the effect of the hotel guests and the buses that need to come out in and out. For those who usually take this route, we apologize. It's one day out of the week, but it really does add a vibe, and there's something really charming.
There's results coming from it as well, I think. And we've got the selfies, and it's great family opportunities, low cost, no cost events for families to go to. There are a couple other things. So whose idea was it to shut off the lights over at Skinner at 8 o'clock at night? The hell?
Hey, I don't know what's the schedule at 8 o'clock at night, but we did. Okay, so I put out a couple press releases for the holiday illumination. We extended it as as soon as we heard, and we went down there and we heard everybody go, when so it's like, okay, let's extend it. So we extended it to 10 p.m. However, the last day to enjoy it is Three Kings, which is tomorrow. So January 6th, Tuesday. I did send out a press release, but I believe it had an error in it. But it's January 6th, Tuesday, 10 p.m. So tomorrow would be the last day to enjoy the lights. Even Tumon, we're going to start taking it down after the 6th. So we invite everybody to come out and see them if you haven't. And going back to Tumon Night Market, there is a correction there. I released all the dates, so we're going quarter by quarter, right? January, all the dates, all the Sundays in January and February. Now March, there may be a change. We're going to go dark on the Tumon Night Market on March 15th. However, the reason for that was because of the Molested Crab Festival. We're trying not to create a conflict. So, but we heard that it's on the 27th, March 27, 28, 29, the Crab Festival. So we're waiting for the Molesto Mayor's Office to confirm with us the date of their crab festival so that we can adjust accordingly for the night market.
Got it. We don't want. Well, it's like the Mango Festival. Remember a year ago, 2 years ago, they wanted to have. They had this particular date. The problem was there weren't any mangoes on any of the trees at the time, so they had to move things around. And maybe it's the same thing. You got to go catch a whole lot of crabs if you're going to have a crab festival down there. But knowing the mayor, I'm sure that he won't have a problem with any of that this year as we move forward. So one of the other things here that has been interesting to me, I think it was Joe that sent me my first glimpse of. There's this Korean eye candy chick group that's floating around Guam, and they're doing all these little dances. They've got a dance in front of the Kmart. They've got a dance at Emerald Valley. I want to say they're doing a dance in front of one of the many I Love Guam signs that we've got up and around the Tumon area.
Yes.
Who in the Korea GVB side found these guys? And
is
what?
It Enfer?
I guess that's the name of it. I don't know. They have a name? I thought they just, five foxy Korean girls.
Yes, so we've been working with Enfer. They're a new K-pop dance group, and yes, they are beautiful, but they're an up and coming group in Korea. And what we did was we worked with them to create their music video. So you can look on YouTube. And if you look at our page, our Guam Visitors Bureau YouTube channel, you can see they're called Enfer, NPHER. And they were here in Guam, and they went all over, and they did all these multiple music videos and stuff. And they're, we asked them to promote Guam, and that's what they've been doing.
Awesome.
So it's really, really good.
It is really good. I don't know. I don't have the sound up when they're dancing. I just kind of it's just to me. Number one, there's a bunch of very attractive Korean girls, and number two, they're shooting these dances, these videos in front of places that are relevant to me. And I hope with the won at 1,442 and it being I think minus 20 in South Korea right now. I think maybe those are the kind of things that might get some cold, weary South Koreans on airplanes on the numerous flights that they have and the very low prices to return to Guam for the holiday, for what's left of the holiday season, the beginning of the new year.
Yes, we're hoping that those videos go viral not only here but of course in Korea. We have our own social media pages out there, and Guam's kind of everywhere in their everyday lives over in Korea. We're in the GS25 stores. We did a travel emergency, but we did some branding on some items and some. Koreans often go to these convenience stores and they buy they buy quick lunches and things like that. So we even had a Taste of Guam type of meal and stuff. So we've been aggressively marketing in very different ways based on what the trends are and where everybody's at. So, hopefully we're all over the place over there in Korea. And
do you have any new numbers on arrivals for December? I'd be kind of interested to see that because I'm hoping, and it felt like, and I got nothing to base it on other than the number of Korean hot pants that I see on the side of the roads and the number of Koreans in bikinis that I'm seeing down in Tumon in my usual haunts down there. It feels like the numbers have gone back up to what's normal for Korea. Can you justify any of my feelings?
You're right that the numbers I don't have on paper. I don't have all the way through December. I have up until November 30th, and every month since June, July, that area to the end of the summer, the numbers have been positive and increase from last year every month. Some of the double digits have been especially in the Japan market. So Japan, we're seeing a lot more increase. Korea is slow increase, but there are. So we are going to finish the calendar year up from last year. We had a little bit of a rough beginning of the year because there weren't enough Korean seats from Korea Airlines. But now
that problem has been taken care of.
More than enough Korean seats. so hopefully this end of the year, people are coming out, especially during the wintertime. They're looking for someplace warm and a short destination, and so that's what we are, and we've been seeing. So we had, as far as I know, we had a positive November, and also December is looking really good too, from what we can see from the arrivals. So that being said,
Good. Tell them to reconsider closing the DFS in a Hard Rock Cafe. I was just starting to like that place. Have you been to Tony Aroma since they reopened?
Yes, I went over the weekend.
Isn't that awesome?
It is. It is awesome. I'm so happy I'm so happy that they reopened. You know, it's like they've been with us here since what, the 80s? When did they come? I know you remember.
It's 19 or something.
But over there at that Orleans Plaza, that was the first one. So
God, yeah, I remember that. Then they used to have one above where Old Traditions is, that whatever that bar is now. They used to have a big one up across the way, and it was nice. As you say, I'm glad that they were able to save the franchise here. One other thing, I got this from the Honolulu Free Press last week, and a story about the U.S. Customs social media vetting proposal threatens Hawaii's tourism economy, and I'm wondering to what degree this impacts us. U.S. Customs and Border Protection published a notice December 10th proposing new vetting rules for travelers from 42 visa waiver countries, including Japan, South Korea, Australia, and most of Europe. If it moves forward as proposed, applicants for the Electronic System for Travel Authorization, ESTA, would have to list all social media accounts used in the last 5 years. The changes, part of a broader vetting measure under the Trump administration, also would require travelers to disclose email addresses used over the past decade and detailed family information. Public comment is open for 60 days. Any concerns about this in the front offices of the GVB? That's something that we need to write a letter to Trump or Customs and make our wishes known?
You know, I don't know. I have to check with my boss if she wants to, take that further. But we did read it. I think it's kind of crazy, personally. I mean, what if you're not? It just kind of makes things, in my personal opinion, makes things just a little bit more difficult for our visitors to come in. They stand in line already. They deal with a whole lot. They're from visa waiver countries. So I don't know about doing all of this vetting, especially through social media. I just,
Right. And I'm going, wait a second, and we've never had a problem before, so maybe this is something that we can get a carve out for us out in this friendly part of the world. It's not like we've got problems with activist Japanese and activist South Koreans trying to come to Guam and proclaim that they want a free Palestine or something like that. Lisa, I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Yes, talk to you soon. Take care.
Have a good day. I will talk to you. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. KUSG, I got you. This is The Point.
Reaction to a U.S. military mission. I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. Lawmakers are expected to be briefed on the operation that led to the capture of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, as some question its legality.
There's bipartisan disdain for Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, but Republicans and Democrats could not be more far apart regarding the motive for this operation and what comes next. Many Republicans say the administration had the authority to carry out this mission because they were carrying out an arrest warrant for Maduro and his wife. Democrats, though, say the administration violated the law by not seeking approval from Congress and undermined its power to declare war. The president has also indicated an interest in Venezuela's oil. Vice President J.D. Vance says it's Venezuela who stole American oil property. And moving forward, the administration pictures a future where oil companies invest in Venezuela with the revenues benefiting its people.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Maduro and his wife face serious federal charges.
In the 25-page indictment, prosecutors laid out how Maduro used a drug smuggling scheme to line the pockets of his family and top associates. Former Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2020 charges against Maduro, says he's confident there's a strong case now against Maduro. Barr citing many parallels to the case of Manuel Noriega, the Panamanian dictator ousted by the U.S. in 1989.
I think he will be convicted, and I think he's looking at sentences similar to, if not bigger than, Noriega's sentence. He's committed far more crimes in my mind than Noriega did.
Maduro denied the 2020 charges brought against him by the U.S. government.
Fox's CB Cotton. The capture of Maduro sparking protests in several cities across the country. America is listening to Fox News.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Leaders have mixed reaction to the U.S. capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Fox's Steve Harrigan is in Bogota, Colombia.
The U.S. military action in Venezuela has sent shockwaves across the region, nowhere more so than here in Colombia. President Trump issued a blunt warning to the president here, President Petro, saying he could be the next in line. Cuba also criticized the U.S. military action. Now, their regime could also be in the crosshairs. They depend on Venezuela for heavily subsidized oil. As far as countries who support the U.S. action in Venezuela, Argentina, Ecuador, and Chile. But perhaps nowhere was the excitement greater than in South Florida. More than 400,000 Venezuelan exiles live there now.
Maduro is currently being held in a federal detention center in New York, awaiting arraignment on Monday. Venezuela's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, serving as interim leader. A Kentucky woman's been charged with homicide after police say she used abortion pills and buried the fetus in her backyard. 35-year-old Melinda Spencer was arrested after going to a health care clinic and telling staff members she used medication bought online to end her pregnancy, which is illegal in the state of Kentucky. Police say Spencer admitted to taking the pills on December 26th and burying the fetus, described as a developed male infant, 2 days later in a Christmas-wrapped light bulb box in her backyard. Spencer later confessing she ordered the abortion drugs when she got pregnant following an affair. Swiss authorities have opened a criminal investigation into the managers of a bar where a New Year's Eve party fire killed 40 people. Prosecutors say the two are suspected of involuntary homicide and causing the fire. More than 100 others were hurt in the fire at the bar at a resort town. I'm Kathleen Maloney. This is Fox News.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic, our island, your clinic.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. If you are like me, the new year brings an irresistible urge to clean house and make a fresh start. As we head into 2026, it may be a good time to check the status of your family property. Have there been any changes, such as a marriage or divorce? Has a family member passed? Or do you have an estate plan in place? Taking a little time now can help prevent bigger issues down the road and give you peace of mind for the year ahead. From all of us at Security Title, Happy New Year.
Are You Kadugu 671 wants to know how to spell egg. Is it just EGU, or that mean, is that it?
No, it's capital E, capital G.
Oh, I got it.
Small U.
Do we have is there a thing over the U? Is there like a circle or something like that?
Like
do we need to run that by Shelley and find out what the appropriate spelling is for egg? I don't know. 6 after 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show, 888-825-5888 TALK. Is it time for portions of the broadcast there? And this is going to be one of my favorites. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Before they decide that they are all out of the bacon mushroom deals over at where did I put that copy? It's around here somewhere. I don't want to ad lib this because it's too important to be able to do that. But anyway, so it's one of my favorite sandwiches that they've got, a portobello mushroom melt over at Wendy's. Get it while you can. Once it's gone, it's gone. It won't be back until next year. Also check out the tenders as well when you're there. It makes a great combo. You get the incredible savory from the burger, and it's all savory. You get the Wendy's beef here, the little square. Portobello mushroom. There's some cheese that goes on top of that. And it's the saute that they make the mushroom in that interacts with all of the other flavors. Oh, by the way, applewood smoked bacon. So there's a lot of flavors and textures going on in there, and it's so good. I don't do anything with it. I don't put any hot sauce in it. I just want to get it, from right there out of the wrapper. That's the way I enjoy that. You want to dip something, then get the tenders and get the signature dip. That's all waiting for you today at your nearest Wendy's.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Oh, that's not. Well, I hope you can maintain it. One of the people I follow on, this is Instagram. Move Me to Guam. January on Guam events and new openings, including Get Fit for Kids that they had over the weekend. Skip into the holidays. That's a skip performance. January the 10th. Young professionals for Ada Calvo. What? Is that what's going on? Is that are you guys? Are you snagging the young guys first? Okay, gotcha. Island Fields in the Hills. With Soja at Leo Palace on the 17th. Golf Festa in Guam at the Finest. Fresco Music Festival at Ipao Beach Park on the 24th. 2026 Young Artist Competition at the University of Guam. Guam Breweries Trivia Night weekly on Thursdays. And Copa de Marianas, the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Championship at the UOG Fieldhouse that will take place on the 30th. That's kind of cool. Some of the other things. What's that? Coming in 2026. Quiznos.
Hey? What? Come on.
Quiznos returning to Guam May 2026 at the Agana Shopping Center. There hasn't been a Quiznos here in, what is it? A dozen years, easy. Trying to remember.
Venue, right?
They
had one at Venue.
It was. I don't think it was in Venue. I mean, I could be wrong. I got to get Phil on this, because there's a part of me that wants to say it was up the stairs. There used to be another club in there, and I can never remember the name of it. It was a nice enough place. So maybe it was the club upstairs and then Quiznos downstairs. And the story behind that is an interesting one. If you were around, and I can't remember the name of the girl, pretty girl that was running the place.
Blonde.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember her.
And then it was like chapter 747 is like gone, and never to be heard from or seen from again. That was
She drove a Range Rover. I'm sorry, I remember so much about her.
Wow, I was gonna say, that's some interesting stuff.
I wanted it toasted, Ray.
Never know what you can get from. Cheyenne is the name of the girl on the Move Me to Guam page. All right, DM me if you want more local plus relocation tips. Okay, gotcha. Well, you got me talking about you on the radio, so you must be doing something right. 9:11 in the morning. 888-8255 888-TALK is the phone number. We didn't go over the table of contents and rules of engagement, as Mikey Brown refers to it. But yeah, you can call in on that number at 888-8255 888-TALK. The other number that you can use for fun is 7978255. That is the me machine. If you've got something that you think you'd like to share with the other listeners, then by all means go ahead and send it there. I will submit to you that here's I've got a copy of the magistrate report now. Thank you very much. I sent it to another group that I'm a part of on the WhatsApp. And the response I got back was, LOL, forwarded many times already. So apparently this is something, if the media is not going to cover it, the people will find a way to get their hands on the story. One person gets it, and then bam, it gets shared with the rest of the world. And there needs to be that question about why it is not being looked at by other folks in the media community. It is an interesting story to begin with, number one, but what made it more interesting is the fact that there seems to be some kind of opposition, if you will, some kind of pressure for folks not to report on it. At least that's what it looks like. I mean, considering when everything broke, when everything came out, that's the way it looks. 9:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. The other way that you can leave remarks and whatever is just write it down in the Facebook. Write it. It's all right. And then I'll look at it on Facebook. I'll look at it on the YouTube side. One of the guys on YouTube wants to know, where's the mug shot? That was another one that was up and down. I might have a copy of it in my because there were people that screen captured the Guam news story before it went down, and so I believe that the mugshot was a part of that particular. Yeah, it was. But eventually, maybe it'll pop up again. 9:13 on the program. Looking to see if they're going to get Steelers Ravens. I haven't gone over the football. You suppose I should, right? I don't know. There's so many. I've got. Oh, okay, fine. You force my hand. Oh, I was looking to see if there was anything else I needed to work on here, and now you're going to make me, Joe, you're going to make me reveal my disappointed in my beloved San Francisco 49ers losing by 10 points to the hated Seattle Seahawks. Actually, they're not hated. The only reason why I'm a fan of the San Francisco 49ers is because my daughter attends the University of San Francisco. If she had changed her mind, I'd be rooting for the Seattle Seahawks. I'm just saying, because that was the other college that she was interested in
she almost went there.
Almost went there. Okay, so I know so many people, including at least one ex-wife that lives in Washington State, that I'm sure likewise would prefer that I was pulling for the Seattle Seahawks. But what the hell? They're both in the playoffs, right? I don't even know why they bothered to try so hard. I would have flipped a coin and said, okay. And as you look at total points scored was like 16 in the entire 4 quarters that they had. So clearly it's a bunch of guys going, don't, not in the face, not in the face. Don't hurt my knees, any of that stuff. The other big game that took place last week was the Panthers and the Buccaneers. Nobody's surprised that the Buccaneers won that over the Panthers. And the other games that are finals as of today, the Texans over the Colts, 38-30. I got the Browns over the Bengals by 2 points here. That's 20-18. The Falcons beat the Saints. Sorry, Keena. Those are her Saints. The Hoodats now 19-17. Let me see. Looking at the Vikings beating the Green Bay Packers 16-3. Jaguars over the Titans. Jaguars came to play 41 to the Titans 7. New York Giants. Wow. Walter, you didn't make enough noise here. Beat the Dallas Cowboys. It was 34-17. I got a couple of games that are still working right now. The Cardinals and the Rams. Looks like the Rams are ahead on that. A little bit of a lead the Raiders have over the Chiefs. These are all third quarter, I believe. Commanders and the Eagles. Commanders at 10, Eagles at 7 right now. Eagles have the ball. We'll see what they're able to do with that. Isn't that the current reigning champions of the Super Bowl? Did the Eagles not win last year? Huh?
Man, I don't remember that far back. I got that long COVID.
Bro, I don't know. I remember watching the Super Bowl with a very, very loud. There weren't a whole lot of them. There like 5 Philadelphia fans in the place, and they made enough noise to fill the entire room over at venue that day. Patriots and the Dolphins are playing right now. Patriots ahead 17-10. Third quarter score here for the Lions and the Bears. The Lions ahead by 13 points. Bears nothing. Broncos beating the Chargers right now 10-3. Again, third quarter score. The Bills and the Jets. Bills look like they're going to take this unless the Jets actually get around to doing something. Bills. Boy, I love losing. Super Bowls are 21 to the Jets 0 right now. And later on, the last game of the season here, the regular season of regular play, has the Ravens against the Steelers. That will take place at 11:20 in the morning. So if you're looking for something to do, a little bit of day drinking, maybe go check out Applebee's and see if they got the big game on, the big screens that they've got there, and see what happens. Speaking of big screens, my brother gave me, hand me up if you will. He gave me another big screen TV. It's a curved one. It's a curved Samsung from like 2000, vintage 2019 or something like that. And so I spent a little bit of time over the weekend putting that up and breaking one of my own rules. And I've had this has been a rule for a long time. No TVs in the bedroom. Bedroom is for sleeping. Period. End of story. Also making babies.
There you go.
Getting in trouble on New Year's. Yeah. So you get the TV. I had a TV, but it wasn't plugged in. It was just kind of there. I didn't know what else to do with it, so I put it up on the counter, the dresser. And my brother gave me this, and I thought, okay, all right, maybe there will be times where I might be interested, say in the afternoon, as I'm waking up from my nap, instead of immediately going to the phone and seeing what's up. Maybe I can go and turn on the TV and see what what's playing on YouTube, what the big stories are and stuff like that on YouTube. And you can plug in all the different apps for all the different news services. Although I will suggest that I couldn't really find on the. It's not just me, right? Let me see if I can talk to the faithful here in the broadcast. You ever notice you go to the store, or you get you get a big screen TV or something like that, and they're all smart TVs now, right? This is 2026. They've got a tuner in them, but it's not the big deal. The big deal is you connect it up to the internet, and then you get these apps. You get Facebook, Netflix, Hulu, Premiere, Amazon Prime, or whatever. What's the one that we're on right now? The Peacock.
Peacock.
We're on that one. Yeah, because we're on KUAM TV. That means that we're also on Peacock. As I said, any screen, anytime. But you ever notice that you start looking at it, and I'm sure that for Point listeners, this is the challenge. You start looking at the available news networks that they want you to download the apps from, and in alphabetical order, as in whatever. ABC is in there, CBS. CNN, NBC, and I'm like, how far do you need to go to get Fox? And actually, the closest thing that I could get for Fox was Fox Radio. I could listen to the Fox Radio feed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that was like, okay, I guess that's it. So I don't have as many apps all lined up on the machine as I'd like to. It just is the nature of the beast. And one of these days, hopefully, we'll start getting American media back towards the middle somehow, and being able to report both sides of the stories for those. What, Jerome McDonald? Did you say gay BC? Yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
He didn't stutter.
What? It's like every show. I'm just saying. Big Barry Mead says, you are right. It was by Auto City in Agania. That was where we went for the Quiznos back in the day. In today's world, you complain about vetting. Yeah, to a degree. I'd like to. I don't know. I don't know how you do this with individuals from other countries, but there needs to be a way. And I'm not going to say it needs to be Japanese and Koreans. I think in the history of Japanese and Korean tourism, you almost never hear about these guys getting into any kind of trouble. So I don't know that we need to look off in that direction. It's not like we get a whole lot of tourists from South America, Eastern or Western Europe. Africa, etc. Maybe there should be a little bit of vetting from those guys just to make sure that they are compatible with our way of life, and they aren't going to come and try to blow up something in Tumon when they get out here. So yeah, there's people that you want to vet and people that I don't see a need for, especially Japan and South Korea, Taiwan. Etc. So I don't know about the whole vetting thing. We did spend a little bit of time with Tello Taitugui talking about the nature of the cannabis industry here on Guam and the nature of the cannabis regulations that we've got here on Guam that, frankly, are way overdue for some kind of look. Tello indicated that they hadn't met since, February of last year? Lots happened since February of last year. And I think we as taxpayers, as citizens of Guam. And I will disclose my consumption of marijuana from time to time.
Oh, my God.
But not in a long time.
He's coming out.
No.
He smokes a lot of weed.
No, I don't smoke any weed.
I know
I don't smoke any. I got the stuff. I got a little glass pipe that I got from, I don't know, one of those. We used to get telephone calls from this store out in Derry Road. Do you remember?
I remember.
We used to get a bunch of calls from them. Yeah, and they brought us all kinds of marijuana stuff. And so I got, I've got some paraphernalia. So I've got the bowl, the pipe, and then a lighter. Which means that I'm more well prepared, I think, than some of the other smokers that I know. But there's a whole thing with marijuana here, and I just don't do it. Right? It's one of those things where I could smoke marijuana, and maybe I'm going to get giggly, or maybe I'm going to fall asleep, or I can just drink my beer, drink my Premier or my Ultras or my Silvers, and then just kind of be able to kind of stretch out my day. But I'm also one of the guys that believes that there's an opportunity. Do you remember the creepy Quiznos mascot? Send me a thing. But I'm also one of the guys that would like to see a little bit of an industry that can get developed. The same way that we've developed over the years this wonderful craft beer industry that we've got. You got Carabao and Tigu, Guam Brewery down in Tumon. And I don't stay there a long time. I'll go down to Guam Brewery. I'll get a couple of beers and kind of pregame before I go someplace else. And that always kind of gets me into a little bit more of a groovy feeling. And I like it when they do collabs. I think that's fun. And I don't understand why there seems to be such a hesitation to allow for the same thing to happen for people in the cannabis industry. Why cannot we get a whole bunch of guys, north, central, south, east side, west side? Everybody, there ought to be a thing. Which mayor is going to cast off the shackles of whatever their theme is? Do we really need another crab festival? Huh?
We need a marijuana festival.
We need a Sungi festival. That's what we need here.
There we go.
I think one of the residents heard me talking about that Sungi place down in Ipao.
Okay, yeah.
The apartment complex. Last time I passed by, it smelled more like Febreze.
Smells good.
Yeah,
you're right. They cleaned up. They're ready for the next crop.
Right. I don't know what it is, but a friend of mine came out and said his sister heard me outing them, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Really, you lived there? How about that? Anyway, so 9:24 in the morning. I'm just saying that there's an opportunity here, and I'm not the only one that says so. It's all about and I don't know whether I can say his name. He's listening right now. Heard me talking about cannabis. He says it's all about the very heavy equipment expenses involved in meeting the laboratory testing of cannabis. There seems to be no break even for the expense as the market is too small. To which my response was, add a disclaimer as they do in the CNMI. They don't have the testing, apparently, in the CNMI. So when you go to the dispensaries, plural, there's a thing that says it's a disclaimer. It's a consume at your own risk. This has not been tested. Or, okay, dumb question. You know how you can go Home Depot and they have all these test kits for like radium, carbon, whatever. Is there a way that you can get like your own test kit for the cannabis stuff? So when you buy the baggie from somebody and you're really questioning about it, questioning what's in it, is there a way that you can take a couple of pieces, some shakes or something like that, and put a couple of drops of something on it, and it comes back and says, oh yeah, this is Primo, or this is cherry, or this is going to kill you.
It's good smoke.
Right? Yeah. This might be a little bit raspier than you are expecting because we put all kinds of DDT on it. Would the government accept that as an exemption, ? I doubt they would when you view what all they are inspecting for as contaminants and level of THC, etc. The law was copied and pasted with little thought of internalizing or localizing the inspections for Guam. And my response on that is agree 100%. However, there are other views. Tessa May Borja online here this morning did I tell you I ordered that book that she said to order?
There you go.
I did. And it's coming in from Amazon, so it'll be here maybe by my birthday in May. Yo, Taurus. But she was saying something about that can't be an option because marijuana, while it might be a natural thing, the process, especially the commercial process, is not natural, and she wants to ensure that testing of the marijuana is not an option. But there's a whole bunch of different ways that we can view this. I just want them to restart the conversation. I just want to go back and take a look at what we know, what we think we know, what has apparently not worked at all for the development of the industry here on Guam. I mean, I think Gov Guam is they've sold some licenses, but I still can't go on the Green Mile that I have envisioned many times. Ronald Reagan saw a big shining city on a mountain, and for me, I see this Green Mile, an area that stretches from about the district court all the way down to about where Carabao is, across the way where they got the pavilions and the stands and stuff like that. Yeah. To get into that beach that Ricky made. So I think that would be kind of an awesome thing, is somewhere, both sides of the street, where we might be able to develop coffee shops or snack houses. I would put, just because it's me, I would put a vinyl bar in there. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would put a vinyl bar.
Oh, man.
And so everybody, especially people, like, they got moms and dads that had a lot of, like, groovy records back in the, 70s and 80s, and they're dead and you don't know what to do with them. I'll build walls made out of 12-inch little things and with dividers and stuff like that, and we just start building vinyl. We'd have a bunch of record players and some old tube amplifiers, so we get this warm sound coming out of these big speakers. I don't know, big Sansui speakers. Like we used to have in the old days, and we take them outside so the fish can hear what's going on, and we just turn it into a vinyl bar that we could have. So we do, all your favorite beers, all the classics that we sell. We would do the craft brewery, etc. And then maybe some of the high end stuff. I'd hire a really good bartender, like a June tender or something, so that
there you go.
Right. So
like a bud tender,
bro. We'd pair it. I would pair it with, like, every different night. We would have a different theme, right? Like a 70s disco theme, yacht rock night, and we would have cocktails specifically for that. And if you want to smoke some marijuana out in the back, over by the beach in a cool beachside breeze, I'd do that, bro.
You can do it.
You know where I'd do that from?
From where?
In between Teray and... No, wait a second. I've been looking at that place. You know where Linda's is?
I do.
And then there's a property just north of Linda's.
I do.
And you know what? They're kind of blighted right now. I'd love for somebody to go in there with a qualifying certificate, find the owners of that place. Because I thought that outdoor bar that they did over at Linda's was tasty, right? And so I bulldoze all of that stuff, start from scratch, build up something new, but not something like new. Because I'd kind of want it to feel like 50s, 60s Agania.
God, they can't do anything there, though, right? They can't build anything new. There's some kind of zoning or some law.
Find out whatever it is. Just get
Army Corps of
like I
jerks.
said, just get out from under the way. Big Barry says, I have quad records. Janis, baby, as in Janis Joplin's.
Ooh.
Wow. Might be fun to play around with. 9:30 in the morning. Who's on the phone?
Peter Santos.
Can he wait? Okay. Quick look at news and headlines, etc.
Oh no.
And then we'll Peter Santos.
Yeah, we didn't get the news yet.
Oh, we didn't?
Yeah.
Oh, we can Peter Santos, then a break.
If you want to, we can take a break.
We'll break first. Okay.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challen, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. If you are like me, the new year brings an irresistible urge to clean house and make a fresh start. As we head into 2026, it may be a good time to check the status of your family property. Have there been any changes, such as a marriage or divorce? Has a family member passed? Or do you have an estate plan in place? Taking a little time now can help prevent bigger issues down the road and give you peace of mind for the year ahead. From all of us at Security Title, Happy New Year.
Well, Barry's having a good time with this program. Are you in town? Are you watching from States? Says, dude, I'm in. Need investor. He says, buy Linda's. Just buy Linda's and that property right next door.
Yeah.
And then just go to town. That needs to be looked at. There's just all kinds of crap that's been dumped in front of that area there that needs to get cleaned up. 9:31, 9:32 in the morning, 888-8255. One of the other things before I get to Peter Santos, is Tattoo Shauna was talking about the creepy Quiznos mascot. What the? I don't know what that. It's a sponge monkey. I think is what they're referring to it as. The
Looks like one of
Quiznos
those hand puppets.
sponge monkey. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I will say though, my recollection is I did like Quiznos. I appreciate it mostly because about the same time as they were opening up, we had moved the Sorensen Broadcasting from the Calvo building up to the 8th floor of the Bank of Guam. And so it was easy to go for that short walk around the bend to get to Quiznos. And, you know, if you do it late enough in the day, just stay there until they open the bar. 9:32 in the morning. Peter Santos. How you doing there, buddy?
I'm doing excellent. How are you doing, Ray?
I'm intrigued. This has been a very intriguing day. There's much to be intrigued about, is there not?
His packet, Ray.
Peter Santos. Did you? Oh, did you? Wait, hold on, because I just had the thing up. I don't know how. I haven't investigated it yet, but Maria Pangilinan from the Election Commission said you can request a candidate packet online over at the thing. You don't have to get in line and go brick and mortar. You can do it and download the thing online. She said there was going to be a way for me to see who had already picked up packets, but I haven't clicked on too much yet this morning. Did you pick yours up?
No, because the AG's race got taken out of the primary. It goes straight to the general. It's a battle royale at the general.
So we're going. Somebody has to win. Otherwise, there's going to be a need for a runoff.
No, it's a plurality. It's not a.
Oh.
It's not a majority. It's a plurality. And that's the whole thing. Ron McNinch went and filed a complaint about, and then they told him, dude, it's already in effect, bro.
But wasn't he looking for that in the senatorial race?
No. It was just I think it could be the delegate and the AG, but yeah, he filed for both, and then they told him, yeah, the AG's already taken out of the primary.
Okay, so it's just a plurality. Whoever gets the most votes on the general election, 301 days from now, will be the next Attorney General on Guam.
Yeah, it saves $30,000 from the primary because they don't have to print a separate ballot because it's nonpartisan, so it has to be on a separate ballot.
Right.
But that's the financial perspective. But when you look at the political ramification or the election political science ramifications, what it does is it gives the incumbent a huge advantage, but also the legislature, tends to have short memory because it was like this before, Ray, and that's why they put it in the primary, because they didn't want somebody winning with 21% of the vote.
50% plus one back in the olden days. That's the old
no.
Santos
it's
Amendment.
Been a plurality.
But it's if you ask me, that's kind of a unicorn out there in the way we do things.
Right. But anyway, the reason why I'm calling is a couple things. I went to Antigua for the first time since it used to be Carabao.
Really? What took you so long?
I don't know. Busy. And anyways, it's just hands down amazing. It's great. The Belgian IPA is highly recommended, and the food is amazing.
They need to make more of the Belgian IPA. It's kind of a go-to. They've got a couple of others in there. There was a Lumut that I was drinking.
Right.
And if for no other reason, it was funny to listen to people try to pronounce Lumut.
Well, you know, the history of Belgian beer is interesting because it was banned. They had no alcohol for, I don't know, 40 years or something like that, and then they reinstated it. And so what happened was that they had to reinvent themselves, and a lot of the old brewmasters had either died or left the country. And so it was one of those things when they got back on the scene, they started winning all kinds of awards. But there's a really good documentary on that. Yeah. But Belgian beer is amazing. It's been back, you know, they've been back in business for, 20, 30 years now. But there was a 40-year period, I think, where they were out of business. But the other reason why I was calling is, you know, there's a lot of people that are worried because their SNAP benefits are at risk, right?
Their eligibility is at risk.
Right. Because they have to work, right, or do something.
And they've got to work at least 20 hours a week, or they've got to get trained or undergo some kind of remedial education in order to be able to get a good job.
Thing.
I do too.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful thing. You know, but I realized something. I had an epiphany that you know, people. The language that they use, they say, you know, we have able-bodied people. How come they're not doing anything? Able-bodied. You know, that's the wrong way to think about it, because there's a lot of people, Ray, with huge physical limitations that are still out there killing it, still out there doing things, right? You know, there's that one guy that was born with no arms and no legs, and he's doing very well, living a purposeful life and doing a lot of great things and making a lot of money. So it's not able-bodied, it's able-minded.
I appreciate the distinction here. Can we use the word gagu?
Yeah.
Is it possible that people can be called out for, never mind, it's the able-bodiedness or able-mindedness? It's just you're either lazy or you're not lazy, and I think there's a lot of people that could be working that aren't, because somebody showed them where the line for free stuff was, and they got in and never left.
Yeah, and that's how you catch gagalitis, is when you get coddled, right? When you got helicopter parents that hover over you and open your drink and cut your food and everything, and then they still do it, you know, all the way till you're 50 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how you catch gagalitis, is when you have people who are enablers. And in my business, I've come across what I call super enablers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have visions now of, I'm not going to say certain clients of certain lawyers, but, you know, going back in time where you've got the moms and dads that just cannot fathom the idea that their children are spoiled brats and acting like it, and, you know, taking it to legal extremes around here. And they show up in court and they get sentenced, and the parents wonder, how is it possible that my kid now is going to jail? And it's because you never said no. You never put boundaries out there. You never spanked them when they were bad. You never showed them that there are consequences for your actions.
Or here, I'll give you two examples of super enablers. One was a woman who kept bailing out her son, and she's the victim. She's the one that he always beats up. But every time he gets put in jail, she'll bail him out. And then the other one is where I got out of court and the parents confronted me and yelled at me, "What are you going to do to help my son?" I said, "Well, this is his 17th case."
Right.
There really isn't anything I can do to help your son. You got to look in the mirror and ask yourself, what are you going to do to help your son? And what is he going to do to help himself? I'm just here to soften the blow, or I'm just here to, shepherd him through the process.
Mm-hmm.
But there's, my magic wand has been missing ever since, and I cannot wave a magic wand and fix him. That's something that he needs to. None of us. The judge can't fix him. Probation can't fix him. DOC can't fix him. I can't fix him. He has to fix himself.
We know a lot of people between you and I that were able to fix themselves.
Oh, yes. And that's the other thing, there's a lot of people here that complain about, and this is shifting gears a little bit, complain about, oh, what are we going to do to make Guam better, or what are the politicians going to do to make Guam better? It's not the politicians' job to make Guam better. It's us. There are people here that have made great, careers and businesses because, they decided to do it. It's not the government's responsibility to start a company for you, and then you hear people complaining about all these outsiders coming in and starting businesses. And I'm like, well, they came. You were here already. You have the advantage.
What'd you do? What'd
Yeah.
you do with your advantage? I don't know. I didn't do anything with it. I'm just going to sit around and complain and bitch and bellyache because somebody else, was more motivated than I was.
Right. But anyways, Ray, the last thing, because I got to go, is that I sent you a video. My babysitter lives in Chalan, Palawan, in Deredo.
Yeah.
And this is no dig on the mayor or anything, because the mayor has been doing a great job. But last year, there were 0 cars at the intersection of Chalan, Palawan and Isangsang. And I watched over the last 24 months the cars pile up. And this morning I decided just to count them. And there's 22 junk cars within a strip of about 300 feet. And they're all
Not
burnt
the
out.
mayor's. It's not the mayor's problem anymore. This is now a problem.
Yeah, not only that, but the procurement issue, right, has been a huge obstacle and a huge bear. And Ray, guess whose job it is as the chief legal officer of the island to help the agencies do things like procurement? Can you guess?
The Attorney General of Guam's office. They've got some kind of purview and some approvals that they have to do.
Well, not only that, but they're the chief legal officer, so that he should be helping train and monitor and advise. It's supposed to be every step of the way. It's not just, hey, bring me your homework and I'll tell you how you suck, right? That's not how it's supposed to be. As a legal service provider, you start them by training them, you monitor them, you advise them, and then you get them to do things, get them to cross their T's and dot their I's, put all their ducks in a row, and then we move forward.
But that's assuming that the existing procedures that we have on Guam for the elimination of the abandoned vehicles is a good one. It's not. It's never been. And you can blame. Well, then where's the governor? The governor doesn't drive there at all.
Some of the mayors took it on their own, like the mayor of Chigo. Shameless plug here. My mother-in-law, right? she and her group, took their personal equipment and went and got a bunch of vehicles and put it down at DPW until DPW said, "Okay, you guys can stop now. we don't have any more room." Right? So there are people that are just getting it done. You know what I'm saying? And despite the fact that they're not being helped by the people that are supposed to help them.
Because our system is lousy, and there's we don't have a single neck to grab, and I think you're reaching for the one that is furthest away from the problem. The ones that are closest to this: DPW, GPD, EPA.
Yeah, he has the power to help. He doesn't have the will to help.
So if I got to make a choice, if I got to do priorities, I will deport.
Yeah, but he has
I'm going to concentrate. I'm going to concentrate on that. Leave the junk cars to the right response agencies.
He's got less than 25% of the amount of lawyers that are supposed to work there, and you can't really do much when you have a skeleton crew like that. You end up having a whole bunch of acquittals and dismissals and things like that, and then what do? You put up billboards and smoke screens and fake news.
Okay, so again, this is you're my friend.
Yes.
I want to make things very, very clear. We're friends. I like Peter Santos, and I appreciate the achievements in his life in the service and in the legal community a lot. I mean, there's a significant appreciation for all of that. I'm not going to vote for you because you're not Doug Moylan. I want to make. Let me just be very, very clear. If you want to run and beat Doug Moylan, you're not going to run and beat Doug Moylan by telling everybody how bad he is. You're going to need to tell me how good you are, why you're qualified.
I'm also telling you that there's a way to do things right, and I I'm that way. You know, there's a I am the way, and I am the
way
right.
and the light.
I just came up with my slogan.
God complex much? Leave that to me. You leave that God complex stuff to me.
We have a little guy with a God complex.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you pretty soon. Hey, did you get a copy of the magistrate report?
I did not. I tuned out this whole prior to New Year's and right after. I turned my phone off and I just tuned out and I just spent time with family.
Good man. Good man. I spent time with my cat. All right. I'll see you later. 888-8255. Peter Santos. 946. It's kind of thick in here, isn't it?
Yeah.
I am the way.
So he's saying he's a family man.
You get to him through me is how you do that.
Yes.
I will agree with him on the able-mindedness part. He's making reference to letters and people receiving letters now from Public Health and Social Services. This is to inform you that there are members in your household who have been identified as able-bodied adults without dependents under the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Food stamps, and then it names them, and then outlines the requirements now and the possibility of exemptions for these so-called able-bodied adult without dependents. Now, you would think that if you were an able-bodied adult and you didn't have anybody to take care of, little kids and old people, then that ought to free you up to go and get a job.
Oh, jobby job.
Fend for yourself.
What?
Yeah, join the ranks of withholding taxpayers and the like. But it has come now for all of these years where nobody has said no, and the ranks have been swelled. And between the folks in Washington, D.C., they've decided that the ranks need to unswell. So able-bodied adults without dependents need to show that they are working 20 or more hours a week, 80 hours a month, or participating in a work program such as the Guam Employment Training Program for 80 hours a month, or other educational or training activities, or any combination of either working or going to some kind of school or training. That doesn't sound like too much of an imposition. I'm wondering.
We had other plans.
We're
going to barbecue at the beach today.
I used to have a guy who worked for me.
That's all he did.
Barbecue in the middle of the night in front of the radio station. Studio time, 9:40. Who's on the phone?
Barry.
Barry from States?
Yes, that Barry.
Huh.
Not Obama.
No, I gotta take this. I gotta take this call. So my favorite curmudgeon in the world, Big Barry Mead. How you doing, buddy? It's been a while.
Well, the conspiracy theorist is alive and well in Florida.
I've never really apologized or atoned one way or the other, but I remember as I got into my, cutting my teeth in talk radio, and then you would call in and I'd go, oh my God, roll my eyes. Another conspiracy theory from Big Barry Mead. But as it turns out in the intervening, 20 plus years that I've been doing this, I have found myself, grappling with, is this a conspiracy theory? And then in the great unraveling, in the great reveal, they were not conspiracy theories. They were real. It was all, whatever it is that we were talking about before that I'd roll my eyes at, it's all real. It's happening. It's true. You got guys in Washington, D.C., and deep state activists that have turned this country into it's deplorable what has happened to this country, and the way that they've managed to pollute so many young minds now, and trying to get them centered on nonsense like DEI and climate change, and what's the other one? The vaccines and COVID-19. What a bunch of BS!
Exactly. Do you remember when I told you that I had gone to? I stayed in the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. And while my wife was in getting her massage and all this stuff, I went to the, what do they call that? Not the spa, the hot room.
Oh.
I went and sat in
sauna.
the sauna. So I'm sitting in a sauna, and I run into this guy who lives in, he was an expat, lives in Hong Kong. And I asked him about, at the time, the rocket man was threatening to fire rockets at Guam, and I asked him about that, and he said, no. He said, North Korea is just a puppet for China. I said, well, what do you think about China? They going to nuke anybody? He said, no. They're not going to nuke anybody. They want the infrastructure in place. And what they're going to do is it's going to be biological. Now,
biological.
This was in 2017. 2017, very important. I said, well, when are they going to do this? He says about 3 years. What happened in 2020? COVID. Where'd it come from?
Mm-hmm.
China. Okay, so anyway, I really laughed because I told Peter Santos on Facebook the exact same thing you did. I'm not going to vote for you because you're not, Dougie. And two, his methodology of trying to promote himself by degrading Dougie doesn't work with me. And I told him that. I said, you got to change your modus operandi. It's not going to work for you, especially in Guam. You know, you degrade somebody, you lose 10 votes every time you open your mouth. Everybody votes for the guy you're degrading. So that's that. But there's a problem that can be solved real simply. You ever watch the show Law and Order?
Yeah.
The district attorney is elected, and his only function in life is to prosecute criminals. The attorney general, on the other hand, works for the governor or the president and is the chief law enforcement of wherever it is they are. And this is where the legislature screwed up. They didn't make a differentiation between the two. So
we had to go to the Supreme Court. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They needed to go to the Supreme Court to validate, and it was necessary because you're right. The work that was done at the legislature missed that part, but they needed to make it very clear that the role that then and now Doug Moylan had was not the same as say Tarantino or anybody else that was an attorney general working at the behest of the governor.
And that's what makes life so difficult for anybody right now that gets elected to the quote-unquote attorney general position, because they're conflicted. They can't help but be conflicted. Right now, look at this lawsuit going on, the argument going on between Moylan and the governor over the hospital and everything. That could easily have been averted by having an elected district attorney that does prosecutions only, doesn't get involved in it's political, but otherwise. And then you have the attorney general, that's the chief law enforcement officer of the state or the country, that does that job. You don't see Bondi out trying civil cases, do you? No.
Yeah. Because I'm aware of some cases I'd like to see her be a little bit more aggressive prosecuting, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see her really burn some people. You know, I got a long list. I got a top 10. But anyway, the real reason I keep calling is, as I said when Tello was on, I said, Tello, what about Agent Orange? You know, our legislature, I keep calling I'm still Guamanian, dude. Yeah. The legislature has recently passed, in October of 23, they passed a resolution about the disposition of Agent Orange in Guam. And I brought this up before. James Moylan don't want to talk about it. He says somebody else is working on it. I know they're not. You'd think that now that the PAC Act says Agent Orange was in Guam, and so service members can file for disabilities with the VA for the presumptive illnesses associated to Agent Orange. The number one presumptive illness is heart disease, which I have.
I thought it was cancer.
And the second one, diabetes, which are two very prevalent ailments of the folks in Guam. Now, if the service members can file with the VA for health benefits for their presumed effect of Agent Orange on them, why can't all the civilian employees that work next to them on these bases, and why can't the people in the villages, because this is what happened in Thailand, where they spray the fence line and it's the overspray affects it, especially in Barragata. Why is it that our legislature cannot get on Moylan's butt and get the CFR written? And it's not going to be the VA that does it. The VA does service members. It's going to have to be Department of Interior or Department of, it was Defense, now Department of War. And I wrote Pete Hegseth a letter on this. I have written the ranking members of the House and Senate subcommittee on this. I wrote a letter to the president, and I subsequently wrote a letter to the governor of Guam, James Moylan, Frank Bosch Jr.
Did you get any answers? So, I mean, it sounds like your bibliography is huge. Did you get a response from anybody?
But nobody. Oh, yeah. And I sent one to Therese last week, and not one has had the audacity or the balls or whatever you want to call it to respond to it. Now, they wrote, I forget who it was that wrote, actually did the resolution, but it was signed on October 25th, 2023 on this issue. But since then, they have done nothing. Why? Because, oh, we did this. We wrote a resolution. We did something. See? No, you haven't done a damn thing.
Yeah, resolutions are meaningless. They're in fact, I was just looking at another one, 957, and we'll wrap up here. But there is another one of these resolutions that they're going to be penning, and it requires full act of the legislature because it's a substantive resolution relative to reaffirming the Guam legislature's call for a moratorium on deep sea mining and protection of the legal, economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights of the people of Guam, and objecting to the proposal and request for information.
Mining will have no effect on Guam. None whatsoever. Yes, if you go online, environmentally, yes. But is it going to affect Guam anytime? Just like the radiation. Radiation doesn't affect Guam, but Agent Orange does.
So I don't know. There's over 1,000 people that have signed a petition. So obviously there's some attention to it. A whole 1,000 people. Oh my.
Well, I just hope that they get to something that's really. Think of this, Ray. How many people on the island of Guam have been affected by Agent Orange when you find out? You know, when the GAO came out to Guam, I even told them, I said, I'm glad you're here for the service members, but what about the civilians? And the guy told me, he said, well, he's only there from the GAO because the Congress only told him to do the military. But he agreed with me.
Right, but Bear, I mean, you've been in this since the beginning. You're old enough. You're a Vietnam era veteran, and how long did it take them to even acknowledge the impact of Agent Orange on military service members? Imagine imagine how much longer it's going to take for anybody. I mean, the RFK. I'd start with RFK and work my way down. But now it's going to. Nobody wants to open up that Pandora's box because then it's going to be civilian contractors that we're working alongside, and then oversprayers, another version of the downwinders. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's going to take a long time. I got 30 seconds for you. Go.
I submitted a FOIA to ComNetMon. They responded. I got the name of the contractor, and I got 35 pages of where they are currently spraying chemicals around that island.
Right now, as we speak.
Right now.
No, do me a favor. I wish we could go longer, but I got to stop for the news. You know how it works, so I'm going to let you go.
Right
and
on,
you know how to find me. You know how to find me, 797-8255. That's a WhatsApp, and you can send the WhatsApp with those 35 pages, and I will try to read all 35 and see if I can get an understanding of where we need to move forward on the topic. I got to break away. Been an adventurous Monday morning. Imagine what tomorrow is going to bring. We're KUSG Agana. Piga's Best is the point.
I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in custody in New York City after his capture by the U.S. military on Saturday. But apparently his legal problems are just the beginning. Fox's CB Cotton at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn.
Ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro will be arraigned tomorrow in federal court at noon Eastern. He'll be driven there from this federal detention facility where he's currently behind bars. Since he's arrived here, we've seen both protest and celebration outside this prison. Hundreds hundreds last night waving Venezuelan flags and people cheering for Maduro's downfall as he arrived at the Metropolitan Detention Center. But today, another gathering. Protesters chanting, "Release Maduro right now," and condemning the U.S. military action that got us to this point.
Meantime, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer taking issue with Congress not being informed before the Maduro capture took place. He questions the legality.
They did not just do ships off the water. They went inside Venezuela, bombed civilian as well as military places, and it's a violation of the law to do what they did without getting the authorization of Congress.
Schumer on ABC's This Week. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, meantime, says the White House did not